Welcome, my dear family. Before we begin our spooky journey tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with anyone who enjoys bedtime scares. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me up a bit on YouTube. Now, relax, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's story. 1.1 The Drive into Cedar Hollow. There are places I still avoid. That probably sounds dramatic, and if you had known me at 17, you would have laughed if I'd ever said something like that out loud. Back then, I thought fear was supposed to look obvious. I thought danger came at you with sirens on, with a gun in a hand, with a face you could point to later. I didn't understand how quietly something could start. I didn't understand how ordinary a place could look right before it turned wrong. I'm 34 now, and there are still things I won't do. I won't rent cabins with sliding glass doors facing the woods. I won't stay anywhere with weak cell service if the nearest town is more than 20 minutes away. I won't let my own kids sleep in a room with a ground floor window unless I've checked the latch myself. And every year, once the weather starts turning and the air gets that wet October smell in it, I think about one particular trip my family took when I was 17. Late October, northern Wisconsin. A place called Cedar Hollow Lodge. At the time, it didn't feel like the beginning of anything. It felt like a long family weekend I hadn't wanted to go on in the first place. We drove up from Missouri in my dad's Explorer, and from the minute we left before dawn, the whole trip had the draggy, cramped feeling family road trips always had. My father believed stopping too often was a kind of weakness. He drove the way some men chew gum, hard, silent, and with unnecessary stubbornness. He liked to make good time, and good time to him meant ignoring gas station bathrooms, denying anyone decent coffee, and pretending the rest of us were as comfortable as he was behind the wheel. By mid-morning, my mother had already handed out the emergency road snacks she always packed in a canvas tote between the seats. Nature Valley bars, little bags of pretzels, bottled water rolling around with sunscreen and tissues left over from the summer. Every time she passed something up front, my father would say he didn't need it, then take it anyway without looking. My Aunt Karen rode with us because she'd been invited at the last minute. She'd finalized her divorce barely 3 weeks earlier, and my mother had decided getting her out of town would be good for her. At 17, I thought that was the kind of sentence adults said when they wanted to do something that would obviously make everybody else miserable. Aunt Karen spent most of the drive in oversized sunglasses, her coat folded over her lap, smoking every chance she got the second we stopped for gas. The cigarette smell clung to her hair, her sleeves, the inside of the car whenever she climbed back in. At every station in Iowa, and then Minnesota, and finally Wisconsin, she'd stand off to the side of the pump island in the cold, smoking like she was trying to outrun her own body. My younger sister Hannah was 13 then, right in that age where she could switch from acting 10 to acting 25. Depending on what got her the most attention. For 2 hours, she wanted nothing to do with anybody, hunched against the window, with earbuds in, knee-jerking with whatever she was listening to. Then suddenly, she'd lean between the front seats asking if we were almost there, or whether there would be Wi-Fi, or whether bears could open car doors. She and I had the usual sibling relationship at that age, half alliance, half low-grade war. She annoyed me for sport and then acted wounded when I snapped at her. By the time we crossed into Wisconsin, even I had to admit the drive was getting prettier. The land flattened and opened in some places, then folded back into long strips of pine and birch. The traffic thinned out mile by mile until the road started feeling less like an interstate and more like a route people only drove if they had a reason.
You'd pass an old bait shop with hand-painted signs for minnows and night crawlers. Then a diner with dark windows and a closed Mondays sign hanging crooked in the door. Then one of those little tourist stores that sold fudge, coffee mugs, and cedar-scented sachets to people from Illinois pretending they'd gone off-grid for a weekend. The weather changed, too. It wasn't dramatic at first, just subtle. The kind of cold that seeps in before anyone admits it's there. Every time we stopped, the air had a little more bite to it. The wind came off open stretches, smelling like damp leaves and water. The sky slowly lost that washed-out highway blue and turned into a flatter, grayer color, like a sheet of metal. I remember watching all of it with the detached irritation only a teenage boy can sustain for hours. I was old enough to notice things, old enough to know when adults were lying about how relaxed they were, old enough to pick up on tension even when nobody named it. But I was still too young to feel responsible for anyone. That matters, I think. If I had been older, maybe I would have paid attention in a different way. But at 17, I was mostly just annoyed to be boxed in with my family, headed somewhere remote with no real choice in the matter. I wasn't scared, not at all. If anything, I thought the place might end up being boring. We turned off the main highway in the late afternoon, and the roads got narrower and rougher. There were more trees, fewer houses, more lakes that flashed black and still through the trunks before disappearing again. My dad drove with both hands on the wheel and leaned forward, the way he always did when roads got unfamiliar. The GPS signal had started acting up 10 miles back, recalculating every few minutes, and my mother was reading directions off a folded printout she'd made at home like we were in 2003. A hand-painted wooden sign for Cedar Hollow Lodge finally appeared at the edge of a 2-lane road, half hidden by pine branches.
The letters were cream-colored and cracked with age. Beneath the name was a smaller arrow pointing down a narrow gravel entrance road lined with cattails, scrub brush, and thin white birches. I remember the sound the tires made when we left pavement behind. Not loud, just that dry, shifting crunch of gravel under weight. We rounded a bend and the place opened up. Cedar Hollow wasn't one building. It was a spread-out cluster of rental cabins arranged along a looping gravel road that curved through the trees toward a long lake so dark it looked almost black from where we were. The cabins sat farther apart than I expected, far enough that none of them really belonged to the others, like each one had been placed there and then forgotten. Smoke rose from one chimney in the distance. Another place looked shut up and empty, curtains drawn.
The woods pressed in around all of it, not dramatically, not like some storybook wall of forest, but in a steady, patient way. Pines, bare branches, wet undergrowth, more than enough cover for anything to move unseen if it wanted to. Near the entrance sat the main office, which they called the lodge, even though it was really just a low wooden building with a porch and a few yellow lamps already glowing against the coming dusk. Beside it stood a stack of split firewood under a tarp, an old red soda machine with faded logos, and an ice machine humming under a corrugated awning. The whole place smelled like wet leaves, cold dirt, wood smoke, and something faintly sour underneath it all, like standing water trapped somewhere you couldn't see. Even then, before anything had happened, something about the place felt off to me.
Not wrong, not frightening, just too quiet. It was late October, off-season, so emptiness made sense.
But this wasn't the comfortable kind of quiet you get at a lake in the fall.
It was a bigger quiet than that. The cabins were so far apart that if somebody yelled from one of them, I wasn't sure another person would hear clearly. The trees seemed to catch sound and break it up. Even our doors slamming and the engine shutting off didn't echo the way they should have. Everything got swallowed fast. My father stretched when he got out and said, "Now this is peace and quiet." At the time, it sounded like a joke. Later, I'd remember it differently. Inside the office, it was warmer than I expected and smelled like stale coffee and old carpet. There was a tired-looking woman behind the desk, maybe in her 50s, with reading glasses low on her nose and a sweatshirt that said, "Northwoods Championship Ice Fishing," in faded blue letters.
A ceramic bowl of peppermints sat on the counter beside a stack of local brochures. Boat rentals, hiking maps, fish fries, antique stores that probably closed by October anyway. Next to the register was a laminated sheet titled "Cabin Rules" in bold black letters. My mother handled the check-in while my father stood with his wallet out and looked around like he was evaluating whether the place was worth what he'd paid. The clerk was polite, but in that tired, efficient way people get when they've repeated the same information too many times. Cabin 7, 2 nights, linens included, firewood extra if we needed more. Checkout by 10. Week cell reception depending on the weather. Keep food sealed because raccoons were bold this time of year. If we used the grill, make sure the propane was fully turned off. Then she added, almost as an afterthought, "And don't go wandering behind the cabins after dark." My dad gave her a look. "Bears?" She shook her head. No, just old service trails and uneven ground. There's a drop-off in spots, and people twist ankles back there every season. Woods get confusing at night if you don't know the property. She said it like a practical warning, no different from the thing about raccoons or propane. My mother nodded. My father said we weren't planning on hiking around in the dark anyway. The woman slid over the key attached to a carved wooden tag burned with the number 7. And that was that. No spooky tone, no folklore, no whispered local warning. Just weak signal, seal your food, don't wander in the backwoods. We piled back outside with maps, the key, and a receipt tucked into my mother's purse. The light had changed while we were inside. It was dimmer now, the yellow porch bulbs brighter against the gray. My father drove us the rest of the way around the gravel loop to cabin 7, joking about how he intended to spend the next 2 days doing absolutely nothing except sitting in a chair and finally getting some peace and quiet away from phones and work and civilization. Cabin 7 sat slightly apart from the others on a bend in the road, with a narrow porch, a patchy gravel parking area, and a line of trees so close behind it that from the back deck you could probably toss a baseball into the woods. The cabin looked exactly like the kind of place people from the suburbs think they want. Dark wood siding, little porch light, pitched roof, a chimney of rough-cut stone, and one broad sliding glass door at the rear facing the trees. I noticed that door right away, though it didn't mean anything yet. We unloaded in stages. My father carried the heavy cooler and duffels like he was proving something. My mother took pillows and tote bags. Aunt Karen disappeared around the side of the car the second she was allowed and lit another cigarette. Hannah complained she was cold. then complained she had to help, then stuck close to my mother like the whole place had suddenly gotten bigger than she expected. I grabbed 2 duffels and headed toward the porch. That was when I looked back toward the office lot. The yellow light over the ice machine had come on fully now, casting a weak cone across the gravel. A man stood there under it, one hand in his jacket pocket, the other lifted near his mouth with a cigarette between 2 fingers. He wasn't doing anything. He wasn't calling out. He wasn't waving. He wasn't even moving much. He was just standing there smoking and already looking toward our cabin. 1.2 The Man by the Ice Machine. I stood there with the duffels cutting into my hands and watched him for maybe 2 seconds longer than I should have. That was all. Just enough time to build the first clear impression that stayed with me afterward. Mid-30s, maybe early 40s, the kind of age that gets hard to judge on certain men when the weather and cigarettes have done some of the aging for them. He had a sturdy build, broad through the chest and shoulders, but he wasn't especially big. Not the kind of guy you'd notice in a crowd for his size. He wore a dark knit cap pulled low and a brown field jacket that looked heavy enough for colder weather than what we'd driven through. One hand stayed in his pocket. The other lifted the cigarette slowly, then lowered it. It was his posture that bothered me. He stood too still. Not relaxed, not lazy, not like a guest killing time while family unloaded the car, or somebody waiting on ice. He looked planted there, like he had chosen that exact patch of gravel and meant to stay on it. And when I looked at him, he didn't do the normal thing and glance away. He just kept looking back.
"Move your ass, Colin." My father's voice snapped me out of it. I turned and saw him halfway up the porch with the cooler, his face already set in the irritated expression he wore whenever he thought one of us was slowing down a process he wanted finished 5 minutes ago. I carried the bags inside. The cabin smelled warm in a way the outside didn't. Not fresh exactly, but lived in by generations of strangers. Heated dust, old wood, a trace of fireplace soot in the stone. The lights were already on, and everything inside glowed a soft yellow that made the place seem smaller and older than it had from the gravel drive. Knotty pine walls ran through most of it, glossy with age in some places, and dry and splintery in others. A mounted fish hung crooked above the fireplace. There was a plaid couch facing an old TV box on a stand that looked as if it had survived at least 3 owners and 2 decades of cigarette smoke. The carpet in front of the stone hearth was flattened and darkened down the middle, where too many boots had worn the same track over it. At the back of the main room, almost the entire wall was taken up by a sliding glass door that faced the woods. The curtains were heavy and brown and old-fashioned, the kind that didn't fully close unless you tugged them twice. The kitchen was narrow and tucked off the main room, with cabinets painted a tired cream color and a window over the sink that looked out toward the side yard and tree line. The bedrooms were worse, small, dated, all mismatched furniture and those motel bedspreads that always feel a little slick under your hands. My mother started assigning rooms before any of us could argue. My parents took the master at the back corner, the one with the queen bed and the little bathroom attached. Hannah got the room across the hall from mine, which had 2 twin beds, even though only one of us needed it.
I ended up in the smaller room off the hall with one narrow bed, one dresser, one lamp with a shade yellowed around the edges. Aunt Karen got the fold-out couch in the living room and reacted to the news by saying, "Of course I did," like the cabin itself had personally insulted her. I dropped my duffel in my room and came back out to the main area. Through the front window, I could still see the far-off glow of the office lights through the trees and between the parked cars. I couldn't see the man anymore. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. Aunt Karen was dragging her suitcase toward the couch when she caught me looking out the window again. "What?" she asked. I turned too fast. "Nothing." She followed my glance anyway. "You keep staring at something." "There was just some guy out by the ice machine." "What kind of guy?" I shrugged in what I hoped was a casual enough way. "Just some guy." She kept looking at me over the top of her sunglasses, which she still hadn't taken off indoors. That helpful. Before I had to say anything else, my mother called for Hannah to bring in the grocery bags before the cold got to the bread, and Aunt Karen let it go. At least on the surface. I moved through the cabin the way people do when they arrive somewhere unfamiliar but don't want to look like they're checking for danger. I opened a closet, tested a chair with my hand, peeked into the tiny bathroom off my parents' room. The whole time I was cataloging things without meaning to. Which windows were low enough to see into from outside, which locks looked decent and which didn't, how far the back of the cabin sat from the road. At 17, I wouldn't have admitted I was doing that. I would have said I was just looking around. I slid open the back door and stepped out onto the deck. The air had dropped another few degrees since we arrived. It hit the damp skin at my neck and slid under my sweatshirt. Behind the cabin, the trees were closer than I'd realized from inside. There wasn't really a backyard, just a strip of patchy grass, a few wet leaves plastered to the ground, and then woods. No fence, no chain, no decorative boundary to make the place feel contained. Just dark trunks and low branches, and the sense that if you walked 10 yards back there and turned around, the cabin might not look as close as it should. To my right, through a gap in the trees, I could see part of another cabin. Just one lit window and the edge of a porch railing. To the left, there should have been another cabin, if the loop road map in the office was right, but from the deck there was no sign of it at all. Only trees. The hiddenness of that bothered me more than I would have expected. It meant people could be close without feeling close. I stood there longer than I meant to, looking into the woods, like I expected something to define itself if I kept staring. But there was only the slow evening shift of branches moving against each other, and the occasional drip from leaves still holding rain. No birds, no voices from the other cabins. Even the lake, visible farther off through the trees, looked strange in the failing light, flat and dark and reflective in a way that made it seem less like water than a long sheet of blackened glass. As the sun dropped, the sky went from dull gray to that ugly iron-orange color you get right before full dark in late fall. It looked colder than normal sunset light, harder somehow. One by one, the resort lamps came on around the loop road. Porch lights, post lamps, the office glow, the yellow bulb over the ice machine. Every light made the dark around it feel more deliberate. My mother called from inside for someone to take out the trash from the drive-up. Empty cups, granola wrappers, napkins, gas station receipts. I took the bag because it got me out of the cabin for a minute, and because I wanted another look at the office area without making it obvious. The bin stood near the side of the office building under a small overhang, close enough to the soda machine and ice machine that the humming from both blended into one mechanical drone. As I got closer, I saw him again. He was standing a few feet off from where I'd first seen him, closer now, near enough that I could make out more of his face. Not handsome, not ugly. Roughened skin, a nose that looked like it had been broken once, years ago, and set slightly wrong. Light stubble on his jaw. The flattened look of one ear where the cap didn't quite cover it. His eyes were on me before I fully stopped walking. I tossed the trash bag into the bin and turned to head back, telling myself I was being weird for even caring. Then he spoke. "You folks in 7?" His voice was ordinary. That was part of what made it land wrong. Not creepy, not deep, not threatening. Just a man asking a simple question in a quiet place. But I stopped anyway. At 17, there are 100 moments where you answer something automatically because it seems too small not to. That was one of them. "Yeah," I said. The second the word left my mouth, I wanted it back. I had never told him our cabin number. Nobody had. He could have guessed, sure. Maybe he'd watched us pull in. Maybe there were only so many occupied cabins that late in the season. But the question still felt wrong. Not because of what he said, but because of the way he'd said it. Like he was confirming something he already half knew. He took one drag from the cigarette, looked past me in the direction of our cabin, and said, "Good heat in that one." And then he said nothing else. He didn't offer a name, didn't smile, didn't ask where we'd come from or how long we were staying, or any of the filler people use to make casual conversation feel casual. He just let the sentence hang there between us, like he had done his part, and the rest was mine to fill if I wanted. Up close, the cigarette smell hit me harder, mixed with something underneath it that reminded me weirdly of wet pennies and old tools left in a damp garage. Metallic, sour, not strong enough to identify, only enough to notice. "Okay," I said, because I couldn't think of anything better. He nodded once. That was all. I walked back toward cabin 7, trying very hard not to hurry. I could feel his attention on my back for the first dozen steps, maybe longer. When I finally looked over my shoulder from the bend in the loop road, he was still under the yellow light, still standing there, not heading to a cabin, not carrying ice, not going inside the office, just smoking beneath the bulb with one hand in his pocket, as if he had nowhere else to be. By the time I got back, it was full dark outside. Inside, the cabin had taken on that first night clutter all temporary places get when a family settles in fast. Coats over chair backs, grocery bags half unpacked, my father's boots already near the hearth, Hannah's charger draped uselessly over a side table because the cell signal was bad enough that checking her phone had turned into an act of faith. My mother stood at the stove heating canned chili in a pot while cornbread warmed in the oven. Aunt Karen had claimed one end of the plaid couch and was drinking red wine out of a plastic cup she'd brought from home, as if she'd expected the cabin not to own glasses. We ate at the little table near the kitchen, knees bumping because the room wasn't really made for 5 adults and a teenager-sized almost adult. The conversation stayed at the level family trips usually do early on. How long the drive felt, whether the weather was supposed to hold, whether the fish mounted over the fireplace was a pike or a muskie. I waited until there was a lull and then said,
as casually as I could. "There's kind of a weird guy hanging around by the office." My father didn't even look up from his bowl. "Maintenance, probably." "I don't think so." He tore a piece of cornbread. "Hunter, then." "There was just something off about him," I said. That got Aunt Karen's attention. She looked from me to the window and back again. "That's the guy you were looking at?" "Maybe," I said. "Maybe," she said. "You got one look at him and stared like you'd seen a body." "I did not." She ignored that. There was something off about the way he stared. My mother immediately cut in, not sharp exactly, but fast. "Can we not do this in front of Hannah?" Hannah rolled her eyes so hard I heard it in her voice.
"I'm 13, not 6. You're dramatic. That's what you are," my mother said. "There are always odd people at places like this." "What does that even mean?" Aunt Karen asked. "It means not every man standing outside is a serial killer." Nobody said anything for a second after that. My mother looked like she regretted the phrase as soon as she heard it out loud. Hannah gave a short laugh, more because the word serial killer had entered dinner than because she found anything funny. "So what? He just stood there and looked at you?" "Pretty much," I said. "Maybe he thought you were cute," she said, then grinned when I told her to shut up. The subject should have died there, and mostly it did. My father moved on to asking where the extra blankets were kept. My mother started planning breakfast, like planning breakfast could keep a place ordinary. Aunt Karen drank more wine and kept glancing at the front window every so often. Not enough to comment on it, but enough for me to notice. Later, when the dishes were done and the TV was on low and everyone had settled into that awkward first night tiredness, Hannah came and stood in the doorway of my room while I unpacked a sweatshirt. She leaned against the frame and asked, quieter this time, "Can strangers get into cabins easy?" I looked at her. "Why?" She shrugged too hard. "Just asking." "No." It was the kind of lie older siblings tell automatically, because it's easier than admitting you don't know. She nodded like she believed me, but she didn't look convinced. Then she went back across the hall to her room and shut the door. By 10:30, the cabin had gone mostly quiet. My parents were in their room. Aunt Karen had made up the fold-out couch and turned off the lamp by the TV. The hallway light stayed on because Hannah said she hated sleeping somewhere new in total darkness, and nobody had the energy to fight about it. The heater kicked on and off with a metallic groan. Somewhere outside, wind moved through the trees in slow bursts that made the siding creak now and then. I went to the front window before bed just to look out once more. The office lot was visible only in pieces from there, between trunks, over the shoulder of our parked Explorer, across the curve of gravel road. The yellow-lit ice machine area was empty now. No movement, no smoke, no man. I stood there a moment longer anyway, looking at the place where he'd been. Then, faintly, in the window glass, I saw something reflected that shouldn't have been there. Someone was standing much closer than the office lot now, across the road, facing cabin 7. 1.3. First night, nothing happens. I turned so fast my shoulder brushed the wall beside the window. For a second, I was sure someone had crossed the road and come right up to the front of the cabin without any of us hearing it. I stared at the glass, trying to separate what was outside from what was inside. But all I could see was the weak reflection of the room behind me, the standing lamp in the corner, the edge of the plaid couch,
my own shape dark against the hall light. When I looked again, more carefully this time, there was no one there. Nothing across the road, nothing by the Explorer, nothing between the trees. Just the yellow office glow in the distance and the blur of branches shifting in the dark. I stood there another few seconds anyway, waiting for a face or a shoulder or the white blink of a cigarette ember to reappear. When nothing did, I told myself I'd caught a trick of reflection at the wrong angle. The front room behind me was brighter than the outside, and the glass had turned into a mirror the way windows do at night. That was all.
I'd spent too much time thinking about the man at the ice machine, and now my brain was doing what brains do in unfamiliar places, trying to invent shape where there was none. I pulled the curtain mostly closed and stepped away from the window. The rest of the night settled around us in that awkward, cramped way first nights in rented places always do. Not tense exactly, not yet. Just everybody orbiting each other in a smaller space than they were used to. All of us pretending the cabin already belonged to us, enough to relax in it. The TV stayed on low in the living room, some local station my father found, with 3 bars of static fuzzing the sound every few seconds. The fireplace had caught well after 2 tries and was making that dry, regular cracking sound that would have been cozy anywhere else. Aunt Karen stretched out at one end of the couch with her shoes off, drinking more wine from a stainless steel travel cup she'd brought from home because she didn't trust cabin glassware. My mother sat at the kitchen table, unpacking snacks into neat little rows, like she was organizing a pantry we'd be living with for months instead of 2 nights. Pretzels, trail mix, crackers, granola bars, all of it lined up with the labels facing out. My father made a show of checking the front and back doors, rattling each one after he locked it, then glancing at me and saying, "See, Fort Knox." He said it in that joking voice dads use when they think concern is contagious, and the best way to stop it is to laugh first. But I watched him do it anyway. The front door had a decent deadbolt, though the plate around it looked newer than the frame, like it had been replaced at least once. The windows in the front room were lower than I liked once I really looked at them. Not low enough for a child, but low enough that an adult standing outside could easily see in if the curtains weren't fully drawn. The curtains themselves were thinner than they had first appeared, heavy-looking fabric that blocked shape but not all light. The sliding glass door in the back bothered me most. When my father locked it and gave the handle a test, the latch held, but there was something flimsy about it. Something too simple for that much glass. It looked like the kind of lock meant to discourage convenience, not effort. "Can we keep the hallway light on?" Hannah asked from her bedroom door. My father looked at her. "You scared already?" "I just don't like total dark in new places." "That because of bears?" I asked. She made a face at me. "Shut up." "Leave it on," my mother said before the exchange could grow into anything. "Just until everyone settles." Hannah disappeared back into her room, and I caught the briefest glance between my mother and Aunt Karen over the kitchen table. It lasted maybe a second. Not alarm, not agreement, just one of those tiny exchanges adults think kids don't notice. I noticed it. A little later, when everyone had drifted into their own version of winding down, Hannah stuck her head into my room again while I was pulling on a t-shirt to sleep in. "If I hear anything weird," she said, trying for casual and missing, "I'm waking you up first." "Wow," I said, "honored." "I mean it." I looked at her then,
and saw that she did. Her hair was still damp from her shower and hanging in uneven dark strings around her face. At 13, she was trying hard to seem above getting nervous, but there was still enough kid left in her that certain places got to her without permission. "You won't hear anything weird," I said. "That's not what I asked."
I sighed, because that was what older brothers do. When they know they're being given responsibility, they didn't request. "Fine, wake me up." She nodded once and went back across the hall. By 11:30, the cabin had gone mostly dark. My parents shut their bedroom door. The TV was off. Aunt Karen's travel cup sat on the coffee table with a dark red ring dried around the lid. The fire had burned down to a steady orange glow that pulsed faintly through the gaps in the fireplace screen. The hallway light stayed on, leaking a weak strip of yellow under my bedroom door and across the old floorboards. I lay there, listening to the place. That's one of the things you do in unfamiliar houses, even if you don't realize you're doing it. Take inventory by sound. The heater kicked on with a hollow metal thunk and pushed warm air through the vent by my bed in uneven breaths. Then it clicked off again, and the silence that followed felt bigger than the heat had. Branches brushed the roof once or twice with a dry, dragging whisper. The pipes ticked in the walls after someone flushed a toilet. Somewhere farther out, from another cabin or maybe the road near the office, a car door slammed hard enough to snap through the trees. After that came the kind of quiet where even your own shifting in bed feels louder than it should. I told myself I was tired enough to sleep. I wasn't. I kept replaying the man's question at the ice machine. "You folks in 7?" There were harmless explanations for it, I knew that. He could have seen us pull in. He could have been the kind of local who spent enough time around the property to know which cabins had people and which didn't. He could have just been making small talk the way awkward men sometimes do, saying the first thing that lands in their heads. But it hadn't felt awkward. That was the thing I kept circling back to. Nothing in the exchange had been threatening on its face. If I repeated it to somebody else, it sounded stupid. Some guy at a resort asked what cabin you were in. So what? But in the moment, standing there with the yellow light over the ice machine and the smell of cigarette smoke and damp metal, it had felt less like he was asking and more like he was checking. Eventually, I rolled onto my side and must have drifted, because the next thing I remember was opening my eyes into darkness that looked slightly different and hearing a soft crunch somewhere outside. I held still. Another sound came a few seconds later. Not loud, not dramatic, just the suggestion of weight shifting on gravel. It might have been directly outside. It might have been farther down the road. In a place like that, with the trees breaking up sound, distance got hard to judge. I listened until my ears started inventing things. Nothing. A minute later, from somewhere beyond the cabin row, I heard a vehicle engine turn over once, fail, then try again. The second attempt caught and idled rough for a few seconds before fading. Then there was silence again, deeper than before. I almost got up right then and checked the front window, but I talked myself out of it. I was not going to become one of those people who jumps at every normal night sound in a rental cabin. That was how you spooked yourself into seeing things. I shut my eyes, opened them, shut them again. At some point, the dryness in my throat got too annoying to ignore, and I pushed the blankets back and got out of bed. The floor was colder than I expected.
The old boards gave a soft complaint under my weight as I crossed the hall. Hannah's door was cracked open, the slice of light from the hallway falling across the edge of her bed. I could hear her breathing, steady and deep. The living room looked different at night. Not scarier, exactly, just less trustworthy. The embers in the fireplace had collapsed into a low orange bed that barely lit the hearthstones.
Aunt Karen was asleep on the fold-out couch with one arm over her face. The travel cup still sat on the table beside her. My father's silhouette was just visible through the gap in my parents' partly open door, one shoulder under the blankets, unmoving. I went into the kitchen and poured water from the sink faucet into a glass. The pipes knocked once, then settled. While I drank, I looked automatically out the window over the sink. At first, I saw nothing but my own reflection, faint overlaid on the outside dark. The little side yard was almost completely black. The porch light didn't reach that far. The ground beyond the cabin faded quickly into a blur of wet leaves, tree trunks, and shadow. I stood there long enough that my eyes adjusted past the reflection, learning the shapes. Still nothing. Then, near the trees, maybe 30 feet out or maybe less, I saw a tiny point of orange appear. It flared softly, held for a second, then dimmed. Not a flashlight, not an animal eye, not a porch light through branches. It looked exactly like the brief ember glow you get when someone draws on a cigarette in the dark. I stopped breathing for a moment without meaning to. The orange point vanished. I kept staring, waiting for it to return, for the glow to move, for the outline of a person to separate itself from the trees. But the dark stayed dark. No second ember, no footstep, no shape. Only the glossy black of the window glass and the suggestion of woods beyond. I could have woken my father. That thought came and went in the same second. Wake him and say what? I thought I saw someone smoking near the tree line. He'd look out, see nothing, and tell me I was working myself up because of the guy by the office. My mother would hear, Hannah would hear, Aunt Karen would hear, and suddenly everybody's first night in the cabin would curdle into something tense and stupid because I decided an orange dot in the dark was meaningful. So I did what people do right before they later wish they had done something else. I explained it away. Another guest cutting through, maybe. Somebody from one of the neighboring cabins stepping outside for a smoke before bed. The tree line wasn't ours. The property looped back there somewhere. It wasn't even impossible that the glow had come from farther off and looked closer because of the dark. I rinsed the glass, set it in the sink, and went back to bed. Sleep came in broken pieces after that. I would sink for a while, then surface again for no reason I could name. Each time I woke, I listened, heard nothing obvious, and drifted back down with a low ache of unease I kept refusing to call fear. Once I thought I heard steps again, not on gravel this time, but on wood. Maybe the porch, maybe the deck, maybe only the house settling. Another time I was sure I heard the faint rasp of tires somewhere along the loop road, slow enough to mean a car creeping rather than passing through. Every sound came with a reasonable explanation. Every explanation worked just well enough to keep me still. When morning finally arrived, it did so reluctantly. I woke before anyone else to a dim gray light leaking around the curtains, and the smell of old coffee grounds from the kitchen trash. For a second, I lay still, disoriented by the room and the shape of the unfamiliar ceiling. Then it all came back. The drive, the office, the man by the ice machine, the ember near the trees. The cabin was quiet in the heavy, pre-morning way temporary places get when nobody has started moving yet. The heater was off. The pipes were still. Even Hannah, who thrashed in her sleep at home, was silent across the hall. I got dressed and eased through the living room without waking anyone. Aunt Karen had rolled halfway off the fold-out couch and was snoring lightly with one sock on and one sock missing. A pale wash of morning light filtered through the front curtains. The fire had gone dead in the grate, leaving only white ash and one blackened log collapsed against the screen. I unlocked the front door as quietly as I could and stepped onto the porch. The cold hit sharper than the night before. It smelled like wet gravel and wood smoke and the mineral scent that rises off dirt just after dawn. The sky was a flat, colorless gray, and the whole resort looked washed out and tired. The office lights were off now. The ice machine sat dull and silent-looking under its awning. Somewhere, farther off, a crow made one harsh sound and then stopped. At first, everything looked normal. Then I looked down. In the damp gravel below the porch, just off the bottom step, were several partial shoe prints. Not clear prints, not neat ones you could lift and study, just the edges and impressions left by somebody shifting around on wet stone long enough to disturb it. The kind of marks you might miss if you weren't looking for anything. One heel, the front half of a sole, a tread pattern broken by loose gravel, another partial print crossing the first, then another. I stood there trying to make sense of them. They were not coming toward the cabin. They were not leading away from it either. They were angled toward the porch, toward the front windows, positioned in a loose arc like someone had stood there for a while, moving slightly from foot to foot, looking in. I don't know how long I stared, long enough for the cold to find my hands, long enough for the quiet of the resort to stop feeling restful and start feeling watchful. Nothing had happened our first night, nothing I could prove, and still, standing there above those half-formed shoe prints in the wet gravel, I had the sick, unmistakable feeling that somebody had come right up to our cabin while we were sleeping and stayed there long enough to watch us through the glass. 2-1. Morning rules, normal faces. Morning made the cabin look smaller and less threatening, which was probably why people trusted mornings too much. By the time the rest of my family woke up, the shoe prints in the gravel had already started losing their shape. The sun never really came out, but the weak gray daylight was enough to flatten everything. What had looked strange and deliberate at dawn now looked messy, almost accidental, like the kind of marks anybody could leave if they stepped around in wet gravel carrying groceries or firewood. I stood at the kitchen sink while the coffee maker wheezed and coughed on the counter and told myself exactly that. I kept turning it over in my head anyway. If I mentioned the prints, my father would go outside, squint down at them, and probably say I was seeing patterns because I'd decided that man by the ice machine was important. My mother would hear the edge in my voice and instantly start trying to smooth it over.
Aunt Karen might take me seriously, which somehow felt worse.
And Hannah. Hannah would absorb the whole thing and carry it around in the exact wrong way. So I said nothing. That was the first real decision I made in the story, even if it didn't feel like one at the time. The cabin's coffee tasted the way cabin coffee always tastes. Burnt, thin, and vaguely metallic, as if the machine itself had been cleaned with old pennies. My father drank 2 cups of it anyway, and pronounced it good enough, which was his highest compliment for most things. My mother made toaster waffles in batches, setting them on paper towels because the plates were all still packed wrong in the cabinet from whoever had stayed there before us. The toaster was slow and inconsistent, burning one edge while leaving the center pale. Butter didn't melt right in the cold room air.
Anna came out in mismatched socks and one of my mother's oversized sweatshirts, hair sticking out on one side like she'd slept with her head wedged into a couch cushion. She was gloriously, reassuringly normal that morning. Sullen, hungry, and already annoyed at being asked what she wanted for breakfast.
"You're in a bad mood for somebody getting waffles," Aunt Karen said from the table.
"I'm cold,"
Hannah muttered. "You were cold yesterday, too."
"Yeah, because it's freezing here."
"It is not freezing," my father said, without looking up from the folded map he'd taken from the office. He had spread it on the table beside his coffee, like he was planning a campaign. My mother was leaning over one shoulder, reading local trail names and scenic pull-offs out loud while he circled things with a pen.
They were discussing hikes, with the kind of optimism adults sometimes force onto vacation mornings,
as if saying words like overlook and nature trail enough times would make everybody forget that most of us were under-rested and in a strange place. "There's an easy lake loop," my mother said, "and one up the ridge, but that might be muddy." My father grunted. "We're not climbing a ridge with your sister in those shoes." "I can hear you," Hannah said. "That's what worries me," he said. Normally, that would have gotten a laugh out of somebody. Even Hannah smiled, just a little. The whole room had settled into something safe and repetitive. Cheap coffee, warm syrup smell, cabin table, family sarcasm. In daylight, with everybody in front of me and nothing actively wrong in the room, I almost felt embarrassed by how hard I'd let the night get into my head. That was part of what made the place dangerous, I think. Not because it was obviously sinister,
because it kept offering reasons to doubt yourself.
By 9:30, the consensus was to keep the day easy. It was colder than expected, the sky threatening rain, and nobody wanted to spend the whole morning outdoors after the long drive. So the plan became breakfast at the main lodge and then the indoor pool, which Hannah immediately claimed as proof that the trip might not be a total waste after all. We bundled into coats and crossed the gravel lot in a low, damp cold that had gotten under everything overnight. The resort looked different by day, less mysterious, more patched together. You could see where the porch railings had been repaired, where fresh gravel had been dumped over older ruts, where one of the cabin roofs had a darker rectangle of newer shingles. The lake beyond the trees still looked black, but now it looked black in a real way, like cold water under a low sky, not like some unnatural sheet of glass waiting for a face to rise in it.
At the lodge, the front desk area was brighter than it had been the night before, though not friendlier.
The same faded brochures stood in acrylic racks beside the counter. Mounted antlers hung over a stone mantel, blackened from years of wood smoke. A row of vending machines hummed along one wall, all of them stocked with the same tired selection of chips, candy bars, and canned soda. Somewhere, deeper in the building, plates clinked,
A child laughed, and the sharp smell of chlorine drifted in and mixed oddly with coffee and old carpet. It was exactly the kind of place that calms you by being ordinary. There were other people around now too, which helped. A local-looking family with 2 little kids in puffy vests sat near the breakfast area, the parents moving with the exhausted teamwork of people who'd been up since 6. An older couple in matching fleece jackets were arguing mildly over whether they'd locked their car.
A guy in a faded Packers sweatshirt stood by the waffle station, staring into his phone like he regretted agreeing to be there. The whole building had that soft weekend murmur of normal American vacation life. Bad coffee, wet boots, people asking where the towels were. I remember standing there for a minute with a paper cup of orange juice and thinking maybe I'd overdone everything in my head. Maybe the prints had been from some guest looking for the right cabin in the dark. Maybe the ember by the trees had been nothing. Maybe the man at the ice machine had just been lonely, or socially off, or one of those people who don't realize how they come across. Then I saw him again. He was in the pool room. Not in the water, not with a towel or flip-flops or even the look of somebody waiting on swimmers. He was seated in one of the molded deck chairs along the far wall, beneath a bank of windows gone white with condensation. His brown field jacket was zipped halfway up.
The same dark knit cap covered most of his hair. He sat with his legs slightly apart and his forearms resting loosely on his thighs, posture forward but still, watching. That was what made the sight of him hit harder in daylight than it had the night before. There was no mystery to him now, no yellow bulb, no distance, no cigarette smoke to blur anything. I could see him clearly, and seeing him clearly did not help. He looked rougher than I'd realized. His skin had the wind-chapped, overused texture of someone who spent a lot of time outdoors or in cold air. There were tiny, broken red capillaries around the sides of his nose. One ear, the left one, sat flatter against his head than the other, crumpled slightly at the top as if it had been smashed or rubbed down over time. His hands were bare now, and even from across the room I could see pale scar lines crossing the knuckles and the backs of his fingers. Not fresh cuts, older marks. Repeated marks.
He wasn't looking at the pool in any normal way either. People watching swimmers usually let their attention drift. They glance at the water, check the clock, look toward the snack machine, glance at whoever they came with. This man tracked movement. That was the only way I can describe it. His gaze followed patterns instead of people, or maybe people as patterns. He noticed who got up to use the restroom, who left towels unattended on chairs, which parent stayed close to their kid, and which one wandered off toward the hot coffee urn near the entry doors. Which groups broke apart naturally, and how often. Once I noticed it, I couldn't stop seeing it. He watched the little boy from the local family run dripping toward the deep end until the kid's father intercepted him. He watched the older couple set their tote bag near a chair and then both move toward the hot tub together, leaving it unguarded.
He watched a teenage girl peel away from her mother to go check the vending machine outside the pool room. None of his glances were long enough to call out on their own. That was part of what made them so bad. He looked with the patience of somebody who didn't need to stare because he trusted he had time. Then his eyes found Hannah. She was in the shallow end, complaining about the temperature before she even got all the way into the water. My mother was laughing at her. Aunt Karen sat with her jeans rolled to mid-calf on a pool chair,
smoking withdrawal making her twitchy enough that she kept tapping one heel against the tile. My father had gone to get coffee. Hannah pushed her wet hair back with both hands and made some theatrical face at my mother. And the man watched her too long. It wasn't lust. I want to be clear about that, because that would have been easier to name, easier to hate in a straightforward way. It was something colder than that, appraising almost.
The way you might study an unlocked window, or count how many people are in a room before entering it. For the first time since we'd arrived, my discomfort changed shape. Until then, I'd mostly been irritated at myself for noticing him so much. I'd felt embarrassed, defensive, like I was inventing a threat because I needed one. But when his attention settled on my sister and stayed there a beat too long, something in me shifted from unease into something more specific. Protectiveness, maybe. Or just the first ugly scrape of instinct. I moved without really deciding to. One second I was standing near the towel rack pretending to look for a dry chair, and the next I was crossing the slick tile toward the pool edge where Hannah had drifted closer to the side. "Mom said don't run," she said automatically when she saw me coming. I wasn't running. "You were doing that thing you do where you act like you're not." I crouched near the water and kept my voice low. "Stay with Mom, okay?" She squinted up at me, water shining on her cheeks. "Why?" "Just do it." That made her suspicious immediately. Hannah was excellent at detecting tone when adults, or in this case, older brothers pretending not to be concerned, wanted her not to notice it. She followed my eyes without meaning to, saw where I was looking, and then looked back at me. "That guy?" she asked. I hated how quickly she understood. "Just stay with Mom," I said again. "What about him?" "Nothing. Just don't wander off by yourself." She rolled her eyes because that was her defense against any situation that made her feel smaller than she wanted to be. "I'm not 5. "No, you're 13, which is somehow worse." That got the tiny flash of irritation I wanted. Better annoyed than curious. I stood back up and tried to act normal. The pool room suddenly felt too enclosed. Every slap of water against tile sounded thinner. The windows were fogged from the heat inside and the cold outside, turning the world beyond them into a white blur. The air smelled like chlorine, wet concrete, and machine coffee from the hall. It should have been comforting. Families, noise, daylight, everything visible. And still that man sat there, ordinary enough to disappear into the room if you weren't looking for him. That was the part I understood later, long after I stopped telling myself this story was about one bad weekend. Men like that don't rely on being invisible. They rely on being explainable. A little off, maybe, a little too interested, maybe, but still ordinary enough that anyone who notices too much starts doubting themselves before they say anything out loud. My father came back with 2 coffees balanced in cardboard cups. He followed my line of sight only because I failed to look away in time. "You know him?" he asked. "No." He took in the seated man, shrugged, and handed one of the cups to my mother. "Somebody's dead, probably." I almost said, "He doesn't have a kid in the water." Instead, I just nodded like maybe that made sense. Because that was how the place worked on you. It kept handing you an easy version of events and daring you to insist on the harder one. I looked away from the man at last, more from not wanting him to see how closely I'd been watching than from any real calm. My eyes swept toward the doorway leading back into the lodge hall. That was when I noticed the woman. She stood near the hallway by the restrooms, half turned toward the pool room, a red parka zipped up too high under her chin, even though it was warm inside. She wasn't leaning or pacing or checking a phone. She was just standing there, looking in. Not the same way guests look. Not with boredom or vague interest, or the loose attention of somebody waiting on a husband or a kid. She looked the way people count. 2. The woman in the hall. Once I noticed her, I kept expecting her to do something that would make the feeling go away. That's the strange thing about people who set off your instincts without breaking any visible rule. Your mind starts bargaining with itself almost immediately. If she smiles, you think, maybe she's just waiting on someone. If she checks her phone, maybe she's only killing time. If she walks into the restroom, then fine, case closed, normal person, normal day, normal place. She didn't do any of that. She just stood there, in the hall near the restrooms, half turned toward the pool room, as if she'd paused on her way somewhere and forgotten to continue. She looked to be in her early 40s, though there was the same hard-to-place age quality about her that there had been about the man. The kind of face weather and cigarettes and bad sleep can drag forward several years.
Her hair was a washed-out blonde, pulled back loosely enough that strings of it had slipped free around her temples. Her skin had that wind-burned texture some people get after spending too much time in cold air, reddened across the cheeks, dry around the mouth. The red parka she wore was zipped too high for indoors, the collar almost touching the bottom of her chin. Her face was what stayed with me, though. Not ugly, not blank exactly, just flat in a way I didn't trust. Patient. The kind of expression that revealed nothing because it wasn't built for sharing anything in the first place. She did not look at the man in the pool room. The man did not look at her. And still, even across that distance, their timing felt linked. That's hard to explain without sounding dramatic. Nothing visible connected them. No glance, no nod, no shift in posture when the other moved. But the lack of connection itself became a kind of connection. They were too careful not to register each other. Like actors told to avoid eye contact on stage who become obvious precisely because they try so hard not to seem aware. I stayed near the towel rack longer than I needed to, pretending to compare two folded towels that were obviously identical. My mother was still with Hannah in the shallow end. Aunt Karen had given up on pretending to enjoy the pool room and was sitting farther back with her travel mug of coffee, one leg crossed over the other, watching people the way divorced women and retired detectives probably watch people, with the assumption that everybody's lying at least a little. The man shifted in his deck chair and stood. Not abruptly, not in a way meant to draw notice. He just rose and moved toward the hall, with the same unhurried steadiness he'd had from the start. I watched him through the glassy humidity of the pool room and told myself I would not react like a child to every movement he made. I needed to stop staring. I needed to calm down. This was ridiculous.
Then my father called from the far side of the pool and asked if I wanted coffee from the cafe. And I said no, too fast. By then, I was cold from sitting too long in damp air, so I finally headed for the men's changing room to dry off and get dressed. The hall outside the pool had tile floors that carried every sound sharper than they should have. The chlorine smell thinned there, replaced by coffee, wet coats, and the stale heat of old ventilation. As I crossed toward the changing room door, I saw the woman in red from the corner of my eye. She still hadn't moved much, not enough to justify standing there. She was close enough to the restroom entrance that anyone coming out would have had to step around her. She wasn't blocking it outright, but she occupied the space the way some people do when they want to see who enters and who leaves, without making it obvious that's why they chose that spot. When I pushed into the men's changing room, the air changed again. More chemical, more enclosed, carrying damp concrete and old soap. The room was bigger than it needed to be, with rows of beige metal lockers, a long bench down the center, and rubber mats darkened by tracked water. One fluorescent tube near the back buzzed faintly. Somewhere beyond the showers, a locker door banged shut, the sound flattening itself against tile and echoing too long. I remember that space very clearly because of how empty it felt. Not abandoned empty, just the kind of temporary emptiness where any new sound immediately belongs to you. I hung my towel over one shoulder, dropped my key on the bench, and started pulling on my sweatshirt. Wet tile squeaked under my feet every time I shifted. Somewhere down the far row, another locker door clanged once, then stopped. A second later, the door behind me opened. I looked up into the mirror mounted over the sinks before I turned, and there he was. The man from the pool room stepped inside, with no towel, no dry clothes draped over his arm, no visible reason to be there, except that he had chosen to enter. He didn't say anything. He just crossed to the locker bank nearest mine and stood there, with one shoulder angled toward me as if he were deciding which compartment belonged to him. The room suddenly felt enormous and too small at the same time. That's the thing about certain kinds of tension. It doesn't make space disappear. It stretches it. Every squeak of the floor, every drip from the shower area, every reflection in the mirror behind you becomes too clear. I heard another locker shut somewhere outside the room, heard someone laugh faintly in the hall, heard the plumbing knock inside the wall near the sinks. And through all of it, I was aware of the fact that the man had entered after me and still hadn't begun changing. He rested one hand near the locker latch in front of him. That was when I saw what he was holding. A wooden key fob. It looked like the same kind issued for the cabins. Carved, rectangular, darkened with age, a metal ring through one end. For just a second, when he turned it in his fingers, I thought I saw a burned-in number on the face. Maybe a 7, maybe an 8. The light in that room was bad, and my angle was wrong, so I couldn't tell. But the sight of it hit me with a weird little punch of recognition all the same. He noticed me looking at it. "Cold out there," he said. I gave a non-committal nod and kept pulling my shirt down, pretending this was still ordinary. My hands had gone clumsier than they should have been. I dropped one sock, bent to get it, and when I came back up, he was still standing in almost the exact same posture. Then he asked in the same flat, casual tone he'd used by the ice machine the night before, "You folks staying through Sunday?" Every muscle in my shoulders tightened. Because yes, we were. That had been the plan. 2 nights. Leave Sunday morning. There was no reason for that question to feel private, but it did. Not because it was unusual in itself, plenty of vacation small talk sounds similar, but because of the pattern forming around him. Cabin number, now length of stay, small pieces of information, each one harmless alone. Together they started to feel like inventory. Maybe, I said. It was the first answer that came to me because it sounded vague enough to be safe. Even as I said it, I knew it sounded unnatural. He smiled then, but only with his mouth. His eyes didn't change, didn't warm, didn't even really narrow. It was the kind of smile people use when they know you've lied and have chosen not to call attention to it. He said. That was all. Just that tiny acknowledgement, like we both understood something had been offered and withheld. I grabbed my towel and left before he could say anything else. I didn't run. I didn't even walk especially fast until I was through the changing room door and back in the hall. Then my steps picked up on their own. My mother was there with Hannah. They were halfway down the corridor, heading toward the women's restroom. My mother holding Hannah's towel and shampoo bottle, while Hannah complained that the pool water had made her hair feel gross. The woman in the red parka was still standing near the restroom entrance, almost in the same spot as before. Only now, with my mother and sister approaching, it looked worse. Not dramatic, not obvious, just wrong, in the way a hand left on a doorknob too long is wrong. She stood too close to the entrance for somebody who wasn't going in. She didn't fidget, didn't glance at the clock, didn't act embarrassed about being in the way. She simply waited, eyes moving with a calm that seemed much sharper than her posture. My mother saw her and slowed. There was no mistaking it. I watched the decision pass through her in real time. A little tightening around the mouth, a quick flick of the eyes. One of those instinctive recalculations women make all the time when a place or a person suddenly doesn't feel right. Without saying anything to the woman, she steered Hannah slightly away from the restroom and said, too brightly, "Actually, let's go use the one in the lobby." Hannah groaned. "Why? This one's right here." "Because I said so." She didn't snap it. She kept her voice pleasant, but the force underneath it was real enough that Hannah didn't argue again. They turned and headed the other direction. The woman in the red parka watched them go, not openly, not with her head turning all the way, but enough that I saw it. And then she remained where she was. That was what got me. If she'd gone in after them, maybe she had been waiting on the restroom after all. If she'd moved away immediately, maybe it would have been easier to downgrade the whole thing in my head. But she didn't do either. She stayed in that patch of hall by the door, as if the location itself mattered more than the bathroom. I fell into step beside my mother. "Who was that?" I asked quietly. My mother kept her voice low without looking at me. "Nobody." That's not an answer. Don't start. But I could hear in her tone that she had felt it too. Back in the cafe area, everything tried to return to normal. That was the rhythm of the day. Small ruptures, then normality rushing in to plaster over them. By noon, we were eating burgers and fries at the Lodge Cafe, the kind that came in plastic baskets lined with fake checkered paper. The room smelled like fryer oil, old coffee, and the wet wool of people's jackets drying on chairbacks. A football game played on a TV bolted in one corner, with the sound off. My father had switched into practical vacation mode, talking about maybe driving into town later if the weather cleared. Hannah was back to complaining about the fries being too salty. In daylight, with hot food and other people around, it almost became possible again to believe everything I'd noticed had been random. Almost. Aunt Karen took one bite of her burger, chewed, and then said, without preamble, "That woman was waiting for somebody, and I don't think it was a kid needing a bathroom." My mother sighed. "Karen." "What? She was." "Maybe she was waiting for her husband." Aunt Karen took a sip from her coffee and looked out the cafe window. "Then where was he?" Nobody answered that. I looked too. The lot outside was visible through rain-spotted glass, the gravel dark from the morning damp. I saw the woman in the red parka crossing from one side of the parking area toward the trees beyond the cabins, moving with the same unhurried pace she'd had all morning. At almost the same moment, the side door from the lodge opened and the man stepped out. He did not look at her. She did not look at him. And still, within seconds of each other, they were both outside, heading in roughly the same direction. It was so subtle that if you weren't already primed to notice them, you wouldn't have noticed anything at all. Two adults leaving a lodge near the same time. That was it. No scene, no confrontation, no visible signal between them. But I watched the woman pass beyond the parked cars, and then I watched the man angle away from the side entrance, and the skin between my shoulders tightened the way it had in the changing room. I set down my burger and didn't feel hungry anymore. After lunch, my father and Hannah went back toward the pool, while my mother asked about trail maps at the front desk. Aunt Karen claimed she needed another cigarette badly enough to brave the cold and headed outside. I offered to grab extra towels from the desk because it gave me a reason to stand there and look around. Without admitting, I was looking around. The same tired female clerk from check-in was at the counter, reading glasses low on her nose again as she sorted receipts into piles. Behind her, brochures leaned in their acrylic holders. A bowl of peppermints sat exactly where it had the night before. Beside the register was a clipboard, half covered by a folded local newspaper. "Can we get a couple extra towels for 7?" I asked. She nodded and turned toward a door behind the desk, and as she did, my eyes dropped to the clipboard. It was a property sheet of some kind. Cabin numbers, dates, occupancy notes, maybe maintenance remarks. I only saw it for a second, but that was long enough. Cabin 7 had been marked with a handwritten circle. Not crossed out, not checked off. Circled. My chest tightened before I even knew why. The clerk came back with 2 folded towels tucked in her arms, saw where I was looking, and flipped the clipboard face down in one practiced motion. "Anything else?" she asked. I took the towels and said no. But all the way back down the hall, that dark ink circle sat in my mind like something I had not been meant to see. 2.3. We walked back together. By late afternoon, the lodge had started to empty in that quiet, gradual way places like that do when weather turns and people decide they've done enough for one day. The little kids who had been shrieking in the pool were gone. The older couple in fleece jackets had disappeared, probably back to their cabin for coffee or a nap. Even the guy in the Packers sweatshirt was nowhere to be seen. The TV over the cafe counter was still on, but the game had changed and nobody seemed to care. Outside, the sky had flattened into the same dull gray it had worn all morning, and the windows showed only a smear of wet light over the gravel loop and the tree line beyond. My father decided we should head back before dark, partly because the weather looked like it might turn,
and partly because vacationing, for him, always involved making decisions like he was moving a family through enemy territory and wanted to beat traffic that did not exist. My mother took one last coffee for the walk. Hannah dragged her feet because she wanted to stay near the vending machines. Aunt Karen smoked half a cigarette under the awning and put it out with the irritated finality of someone who would have preferred to finish the whole thing. I carried the extra towels I'd gotten from the desk and kept thinking about the circle around cabin 7 on the clipboard. I told myself there were a dozen harmless reasons for it. Maybe the cabin had needed something checked.
Maybe we had asked for extra linens and she'd marked it to remind herself. Maybe every occupied cabin had notes like that, and I had only seen ours because that was the number I was primed to notice. But the truth was simpler than all those explanations. I knew what it had felt like, and it had not felt harmless. We stepped out into the cold and started down the gravel road back toward the cabins. The air had that wet, metallic smell that comes before real evening settles in during late October. Not rain exactly, more like the whole world was sweating out the day's light before freezing it off. Puddles had formed in the low spots of the road, holding flat pieces of sky in them. Pine needles stuck to the edges of damp asphalt where the gravel loop met the main stretch near the office. A little playground I hadn't noticed before sat off to one side. A metal swing set, one low plastic slide, all of it empty and beaded with moisture. The swings moved once in the breeze and then hung still again. There were no other guests outside. That was what got me first. Not that the place was empty exactly. We knew people were here. Cars were parked outside several cabins. Someone had left a pair of muddy boots by one porch. Smoke rose from one chimney farther down the loop, but the road itself was vacant, and the emptiness between cabins had started to feel less peaceful than exposed. Every stretch of gravel now felt longer than it had in daylight, and the trees between buildings seemed thicker, more private, more willing to swallow sightlines. I checked behind us without meaning to. Then I checked again. The third time I saw her. The woman in the red parka was several cabins back, near enough that I knew it was her, far enough that pretending otherwise would have been easy if I'd wanted to. She wasn't carrying a towel or a bag. She had no dog, no coffee, no visible destination. She was simply walking in the same direction we were, head level, pace unhurried. Not fast enough to seem like she was catching up, not slow enough to be going anywhere else. For a few seconds, I told myself exactly what my mother would tell me if I said anything. She's just walking. Then I looked again. She matched our pace loosely. When we slowed around a puddle, she did too. When my father stopped to yank his jacket zipper higher, she didn't stop. But somehow, the distance between us stayed nearly the same. I felt my shoulders stiffen. My mother must have noticed, because she glanced behind us and then at me. "What?" "That woman," I said quietly. She looked again. Maybe she's just walking. It was almost word for word what I had expected, which somehow made it worse. Aunt Karen, on the other hand, did not say maybe anything. She turned her head just enough to see the red parka in the distance, then looked back toward the road ahead and went very quiet. That silence from her did more to confirm my fear than if she'd said, "I know." My father noticed the shift in the group without fully understanding it. "Can everybody keep moving?" he said, irritation already pushing into his voice. That was his response to discomfort, always, tightening into practicality, snapping at logistics, acting as if annoyance could control what fear couldn't. "We are moving," my mother said. "Then let's act like it." Nobody answered him after that. Gravel crunched under our shoes. The puddles reflected the colorless sky. The empty swings behind us clicked once in the wind. I checked over my shoulder again. The woman was still there. Not closer, not farther, just there. By the time Cabin 7 came into view through the trees, I had started making the kind of mental promises people make when they're trying to stay calm. Once we get inside, it'll feel stupid. Once the door is shut, this becomes normal again. Once I'm in the cabin with everyone else, I'll realize there's nothing to any of this. Then, just before we reached the porch, I glanced sideways into the trees on the opposite side of the road and saw movement. Not on the gravel, not near the cabins, in the woods. A figure slipped between two trunks parallel to us, far enough back that I only caught a slice of brown jacket and dark cap before the shape was gone again. He was moving in the same direction we were, but not on the road. He was inside the tree line, pacing us through the woods. My mouth opened before I could stop it. I almost said, "There." I almost pointed. But my father was already tense enough that I could feel the irritation coming off him in waves, and my mother was already primed to smooth everything down. And Hannah was right there, within earshot. So I did the thing that would later seem completely insane to me. I said nothing. I helped my mother up the porch steps. I unlocked the door. We all went inside together, and the second the cabin swallowed us again, everybody tried very hard to behave like a family having an ordinary late afternoon. My father turned on the TV louder than necessary. My mother filled the kettle for hot chocolate, as if the simple act of heating water could reset the mood in the room. Hannah sprawled on the plaid couch with a blanket over her legs and started flipping through channels until my father took the remote away from her. Aunt Karen sat at the kitchen table with her travel mug in both hands and stared at nothing for a little too long before asking if anyone wanted cards. The card game happened because card games are what families do when nobody wants to talk about the thing underneath the room. We played one round of gin rummy at the kitchen table while the TV muttered in the background. Hannah accused my father of cheating. My mother said she was sick of hearing that every time she lost. Aunt Karen laughed once, but it sounded performed. I kept miscounting my hand because every few minutes I found myself looking toward the front window or listening for footsteps on the gravel outside. At some point, my mother made hot chocolate in chipped mugs. The smell of cocoa and warm milk filled the kitchen, sweet enough to fight with the damp wood and old carpet smell for a while. Hannah perked up the way only a 13-year-old can when handed something hot and sugary. For maybe 10 minutes, with all of us gathered there and steam coming off the mugs and the fire rebuilt in the hearth, it was possible to pretend that the day had only been uncomfortable, not alarming. Then I went to the front window and looked through the slats of the blinds. I told myself I was only checking once. The woman in the red parka was walking past our cabin. She did not look at it. That was almost the strangest part. She passed along the road at an even pace, head forward, body language neutral, giving no visible sign that she knew exactly where she was or who might be watching through the blinds. She kept going beyond our cabin, beyond the one next to ours, farther than any casual stroll needed to go. Then, instead of following the curve of the road, she angled off behind the neighboring cabin and disappeared into the tree line. Not onto a visible path, not toward the office, into the woods. I stood there so long my hot chocolate cooled, untouched in my hand. That was not guest behavior. Even if the property had service trails back there, old ones, the clerk had said, why cut behind somebody else's cabin at dusk instead of staying on the road? Why move out of sight right where the trees thickened and the back of the cabins lost line of sight with one another? I pulled away from the window and found my father in the kitchen, rinsing out his mug. "I need to tell you something," I said.
He looked at my face and set the mug down without joking. "What?" So I told him, not dramatically. I didn't launch into a speech or say I knew for sure that something bad was happening. I just laid out the pieces the way they had happened. The man at the ice machine knowing our cabin number. The question in the changing room about whether we were staying through Sunday. The woman in the hall near the restroom. The way she'd stood too close to the door. The way the two of them had left the lodge within seconds of each other without acknowledging each other. The woman following us back toward the cabins. The movement I'd seen in the woods just before we got to 7. And finally, because by then, not saying it felt more foolish than saying it, I said, "I think we're being watched." My father listened with his jaw set and his arms folded across his chest. He didn't interrupt. That was what I remember most. Normally, he would have cut in halfway through with some practical objection, some correction, some "don't jump to conclusions" speech. Instead, he just listened. When I finished, he glanced toward the front room, where my mother was stacking the cards and Hannah was complaining that the marshmallows in the cocoa had melted too fast. "If it gets worse," he said quietly, "we leave early." That was the first time any adult in the room had answered the fear as if it might be legitimate. My mother came in just in time to catch enough of the tone to know something had shifted. "What gets worse?" My father looked at me, then back at her. "Colin thinks those two people from the lodge have been hanging around us all day." My mother's face changed instantly, not into panic, but into resistance. "That is not what he said. It's what he meant." I said, "I think they've been watching us," I said. My mother gave a short breath through her nose. "Because a woman walked back to the cabins? Because some man asked what cabin we were in? There's more than that. There's always more than that when you're already in your head about something." Aunt Karen spoke from the table before I could answer. "No, he's right." Everybody looked at her. She held my mother's gaze and said, calmer than I expected, "That woman by the restroom was wrong. The guy in the pool room was wrong. Maybe it's nothing dangerous yet, but it's wrong." My mother crossed her arms. "You're both making a pattern out of strangers being strange." "And what if they are?" Aunt Karen said. "What if they're not just being strange?" My father rubbed his mouth once with the back of his hand, a sign he was more unsettled than he wanted to show. "We're not doing this loud." Nobody had been speaking loudly. That was how I knew the room had fractured in a real way. We weren't arguing over whether the place had enough towels or whether Hannah could have another packet of cocoa. We were suddenly split along a different line entirely. The people who still wanted ordinary explanations,
and the people who had started to feel those explanations thinning out under them. Hannah appeared in the kitchen doorway right on cue, holding her mug with both hands. "Doing what, Loud?" "Nothing," my mother said too quickly. Hannah looked from one face to another and knew better. But instead of asking, she sank down onto the couch again and turned the TV up a little. For the next hour, we all acted around the subject instead of through it. My father checked the windows with more focus than before. My mother cleaned the kitchen, though it wasn't dirty. Aunt Karen finally went outside for a cigarette and came back in after less than 2 minutes, which meant she hadn't been comfortable out there alone. I stood by the front blinds often enough that it should have embarrassed me, but by then, I didn't care. Dusk thickened beyond the glass, the road losing shape first, then the tree line, then the space between cabins. It was my father who found the first thing we could not easily explain. He was at the front door, more from habit than suspicion, doing his evening routine of lock checking with exaggerated thoroughness. He turned the deadbolt, tested the knob, then frowned and leaned closer to the strike plate on the frame. "What the hell is that?" he said. We all looked. Near the metal plate where the lock tongue slid into the frame was a shallow, fresh scrape in the wood. Not a deep gouge, not enough to splinter anything badly, just a sharp, pale line with the top layer of paint or stain peeled away. Exactly where a key or tool might slip if someone were trying to fit it into the lock in poor light. My mother stepped closer. "Was that there before?" "No," my father said. "You don't know that." "Yes, I do." He opened the door to look more closely at it from the outside. Cold air came in around him, along with the smell of wet gravel and leaves. The porch light threw a weak yellow cone over the steps and the mat. He bent, glanced once, then straightened too fast. "What?" I asked. Instead of answering, he reached down and picked something up from beside the welcome mat. It was a cigarette butt, crushed into the damp wood of the porch floor. Rain had darkened the paper and flattened part of the filter, but when my father held it between 2 fingers and pressed lightly, he looked up at me in a way that made my stomach tighten before he even spoke. "Still warm," he said. Not hot, not smoking, just warm enough inside the filter to mean it had not been lying there long. 3.1 The First Argument. The cigarette butt changed the room faster than any shouted warning could have. 1 second we were still pretending the evening had only become uncomfortable. The next, my father was standing in the open doorway, with the porch light behind him, holding that crushed filter between 2 fingers, like it might explain itself if he looked at it hard enough. Cold air moved around his legs into the cabin. I could smell the damp paper on the cigarette, the wet wood of the porch, the metallic edge of rain still trapped in the gravel outside. My mother was the first one to speak. "That could have been from earlier," she said. My father turned toward her with a look that made it clear he had already rejected that possibility before she finished saying it. "It's warm. Warm doesn't mean anything. It means somebody was standing on our porch." Aunt Karen rose from the kitchen table so abruptly her chair legs scraped the floor. "That's exactly what it means." Hannah, who had been half curled on the couch under a blanket, pushed herself upright. "What means somebody was standing on our porch?" Nobody answered her right away, which of course made it worse. My father stepped inside and shut the door hard enough that the mounted fish over the fireplace rattled slightly on its hook. He locked the deadbolt, tested it once more,
then laid the cigarette butt on a folded napkin on the kitchen counter, as if preserving evidence in a courtroom that did not exist. In the cabin's yellow light, the thing looked pathetic. Just a damp, mashed-up filter and a bit of darkened paper. Almost nothing. That was the part that frightened me most. How little it took to tip the whole house into a new shape. My father ran one hand over his mouth. "I'm driving into town." My mother stared at him. "Now?" "Yes, now." "In the dark? For what?" "To call the office, management, sheriff if I have to." "You can call management from here." "And say what?" he snapped. "That there's a cigarette on the porch and our son doesn't like the vibe of 2 guests at the pool." The instant the words came out, I felt something ugly and hot move through my chest. Not anger, exactly. More like shame with nowhere to go. Because that was the split that had been there all day without anybody saying it plainly. Either I was noticing a real threat, or I was the reason the whole family was tense and circling the same set of coincidences until they looked bigger than they were. Aunt Karen answered before I could. "Stalking behavior is enough," she said. My father looked at her. "We don't know it's stalking. We know it's not normal." My mother threw up one hand in exasperation. "Plenty of people aren't normal. That doesn't make them criminals." "No," Aunt Karen said, voice low and steady now. "It makes them people I don't want standing on my sister's porch after dark." That hit the room and stayed there. Anna had left the couch by then and was standing in the gap between the living room and kitchen, blanket wrapped around her shoulders like a cape. She wasn't trying to look brave anymore. Her face had gone tight in that pale, defensive way kids get when they know adults are deciding whether to tell them the truth. "Are we in trouble?" she asked. "No," my mother said immediately. My father said nothing, which was worse. I should have helped. I should have stepped in and said something calming, something ordinary, something older brotherish that would let Hannah settle back down. Instead, I just stood there feeling responsible for all of it. Not rationally, some part of me knew that if there really were people outside paying attention to us, that was not my fault. But family tension has a way of making the person who names a problem feel like the person who created it. My father pointed at the front window. "I don't like this. We should have left before dark." "Well, that's easy to say now," my mother replied. "It was easy to say 2 hours ago, too." "So what? We pack up and drive blind on wet roads because a man asked what cabin we were in and somebody left a cigarette out front?" "The cigarette is the point." "No, the point," she said, "is that we still have no proof of anything criminal." Aunt Karen gave a short, humorless laugh. "How much proof do you need exactly? A note on the window?" My mother rounded on her. "You are not helping. I'm the only one in this room who isn't trying to talk herself out of what's right in front of her." That started the first real argument. Not loud at first. That would have been easier. It began in the tight, clipped voices adults use when they don't want children hearing the edges of their fear and fail anyway. My father insisted on going to the office or driving into town. My mother said going out in the dark might be exactly the wrong move if someone really had been lingering around the cabin. Aunt Karen said staying put and pretending everything had a reasonable explanation was how people ended up regretting things in hindsight. My father said nobody was pretending anything. My mother said yes they were, because otherwise they would already be packing the car.
Hannah looked from face to face, trying to understand which answer to trust. I hated that. "I'm sorry," I said, before anyone else could. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. All three adults turned toward me, and Karen spoke first. "No." My father exhaled through his nose, some of the heat draining out of him. "This isn't your fault." My mother softened too, but only around the edges. Nobody said it was. But the truth was, the room had arranged itself around what I had seen and said. That doesn't mean I caused it. It just means I felt it.
Eventually, because families love compromise almost as much as they love denial, we came to the kind of plan people make when they need the illusion of control more than actual safety. Doors locked. Nobody goes outside alone. Nobody leaves the cabin tonight. If anything else happens, anything clear, anything undeniable, we leave tomorrow after breakfast, even if it means wasting the rest of the trip. My father would keep his truck keys in his pocket. My mother would keep her phone charging, even with the weak signal. And Karen would sleep in the living room, just in case, though she never explained just in case of what. And Hannah, who had started this conversation as a 13-year-old with cocoa and a blanket, would stay where at least one adult could see her. It was a plan built more for nerves than reality, but once we had it, everybody visibly calmed a little. That's the danger of temporary control. It feels like safety, when really it's only structure. The argument broke apart after that, but it didn't end so much as sink into the cabin walls. My father checked every window again, slower this time. My mother gathered mugs and wiped counters that weren't dirty. Aunt Karen refilled her travel cup with wine and stood near the fireplace without drinking from it, staring into the room as if she expected something to step wrong under observation. Hannah sank back onto the couch and pulled the blanket up under her chin, no longer pretending she wasn't scared. I moved through the cabin, pretending I was just stretching my legs. What I was really doing was checking the practical weaknesses again, only this time with the specific knowledge that somebody had probably stood on our porch. The side bedroom window across from mine did not fully latch unless you lifted it slightly while turning the lock. I tested it twice and still wasn't sure I trusted it. The curtain over the sliding glass door left a narrow gap at one edge where it refused to meet the wall properly, giving anyone outside a thin but real line of sight into the living room if the lights were on. The porch light out front illuminated only the first few feet of gravel and the top step. Beyond that, darkness started almost immediately. The back motion light by the deck was brighter, but its brightness only exaggerated how black the trees were beyond its reach. I kept all of that to myself. There is a point in fear where naming every vulnerability stops being useful and just becomes a way of poisoning the air faster. So instead, I sat down beside Hannah on the couch and acted calmer than I felt. The TV was on, but neither of us was watching it. Some cable crime rerun flickered silently while my father moved around the cabin in the background, and my mother tried to decide what counted as normal enough to resume. Hannah had tucked her feet under the blanket and was holding the remote without touching any buttons. "You okay?" I asked. She shrugged. That meant no. I nudged the blanket with my knee. "You're being weirdly quiet." "You're being weirdly nice." "Don't get used to it." That got the smallest flicker of a smile out of her, gone almost immediately. She looked toward the kitchen, where our parents were speaking in low voices, and then leaned closer to me without making it obvious. "I didn't like that guy at the pool. she said. I kept my own voice low. I know. No, I mean really, I didn't. What was weird about him? She thought about it. Hannah had always been good at the small details people dismiss until later. Not because she was especially wise, she was 13, but because she noticed the emotional wrongness of things before she could explain them. He smiled without blinking, she said. I looked at her. Like when he looked over at me? He smiled, but his eyes didn't move. I don't know. She pulled the blanket higher. It was gross. That image landed in me harder than I wanted it to. I had already known something was off about the man's smile in the changing room, but hearing Hannah describe it that way made it worse. Smiled without blinking. Too still. Too controlled. Like expression pasted over intention instead of coming from it. And the woman? I asked. Hannah took a second longer before answering. She looked like she was waiting to be let inside someplace. I stared at her. She frowned immediately, defensive. What? Nothing. No, what? Just, that's a weirdly specific thing to say. She shifted under the blanket. Because it's what she looked like. Not waiting for somebody. Not standing around. Waiting to be let inside someplace. The line stuck in my head the second she said it. It still sticks. Because it was exactly right, in a way none of the adult explanations had been. The woman in the hall had not looked lost, bored, or casually patient. She had looked ready, positioned. Like the space outside the restroom door mattered because she expected a threshold to open sooner or later. I wanted to tell Hannah she was imagining things. I wanted to tell her she had only picked up on the mood in the room and turned it into something sharper because she was scared. But I couldn't say any of that honestly. So I bumped her shoulder with mine instead. Stay close tonight, I said. She nodded without making a joke. That silence between siblings felt older than either of us. A little later, my mother asked me to take the kitchen trash out of the small can under the sink and tie up a new bag. It was such a normal request that for a second I felt relief at hearing it. Trash, twist tie, cabinet under the sink, useful things, manageable things. I pulled the old bag free, knotted it, slid a new one into place, and stood up, facing the sliding glass door at the back of the room. At that exact moment, the motion light outside kicked on. The deck flooded in hard white light, every board, every damp leaf blown up against the railing, every bead of water caught in the grain of the wood appeared all at once, with a clarity that made my skin tighten. I froze with the trash bag in one hand. Nothing was there. No person on the deck, no movement near the railing, no shape stepping away. Just the empty wet boards and the wall of dark woods beyond the light's spill. I stood completely still, waiting for my own pulse to slow. Behind me, I could hear the TV from the living room, low and muffled. One of the adults said something I couldn't make out. The refrigerator compressor hummed on. The cabin itself remained ordinary, warm, lit, full of people. Then, from beyond the edge of the motion light, somewhere in the dark the bulb did not quite reach, came one distinct footstep on the wet deck boards. 3.2. The sound behind the glass. I didn't realize I'd stopped breathing until my father said, "What?" I was still standing in the kitchen with the tied trash bag in one hand,
staring through the sliding glass door at the bright rectangle of deck and the darkness beyond it. The motion light was on, humming faintly. Nothing moved in the spill of it. Nothing showed itself along the railing or the steps. But that single footstep had been clear enough that I could still hear the shape of it in my head. A wet, weighted sound on wood. One board taking a person's weight and giving it back. "There's somebody out there," I said. My father was moving before I finished. He crossed the living room in 3 fast steps, grabbed the flashlight from the side table where he'd dropped it earlier, and headed for the back door.
My mother half rose from the couch and said his name in a tone that was already too tight. "Don't open that." He ignored her. The lock on the sliding door snapped back louder than it should have. He slid the glass aside and stepped onto the deck, with the flashlight beam cutting hard through the white light already there. Cold air flooded into the kitchen, carrying wet leaves and black dirt and the raw smell of lake water. I stayed right behind him in the doorway, not crossing onto the deck, but close enough to feel the cold on my bare forearms. The boards were wet from blown rain and beaded over with moisture, every knot and crack picked out under the motion light. The flashlight beam moved across the railing, over the steps, into the yard, and then into the trees, where it broke itself on trunks and low branches and didn't reach nearly as far as it should have. My father swept the light once, twice, wider the third time. Nothing. No shape slipping away, no smoking cigarette ember, no person standing foolishly within range waiting to be caught. The deck looked empty enough to make me doubt my own ears. My father came down the top step and played the flashlight over the boards near the railing. "Where?" I heard it. "I'm asking where." "Past the light," I said. "Out there somewhere." That sounded weak even to me. He crouched, checking the boards and the narrow strip of grass below the deck. At first, there was nothing clear, just darkened wood, scattered leaves plastered flat by damp, and the shine of water along the grain. No boot prints, no obvious mud. The rain and the wet had flattened the surface of everything. Then I saw it. "Wait," I said, stepping out onto the threshold. Near the far side of the railing, where the deck met the angle toward the stairs, one patch of moisture had been disturbed differently than the rest. Not a full print, nothing clean enough for that, just a smeared partial sole mark, as if somebody had planted a foot there and then pivoted fast. The tread was narrow, lighter than my father's broad work boot pattern, and shallower too. It could have been from a smaller man. It could have been a woman's shoe. My father shone the flashlight on it and went very still. Behind us, my mother said, "What is it?" Neither of us answered immediately. That was answer enough. She came to the kitchen then, close enough to see over my shoulder, and I heard the fear in her before I saw it. Up until then, she had been holding on to explanation with both hands. Practical explanation, social explanation, coincidence, timing, nervousness. But the moment she saw my father's flashlight fixed on that smeared print, something in her gave. "Close it," she said. "Please, close it." My father remained outside for another 15 seconds, maybe 20, long enough to sweep the beam through the trees again and along the side yard. Long enough to make me think he was trying not to come back in without a better answer. Then I heard a step too.
But there wasn't a better answer waiting for him in the dark. He came inside and shut the glass door hard. The lock clicked home. After that, the cabin changed. Not physically. The same warm lamps, same plaid couch, same mounted fish, same ugly carpet and old pine walls. But the emotional geometry of the place shifted all at once. The back of the house no longer felt like scenery. It felt like an edge. My mother crossed the room and shut the curtains all the way over the sliding door. Then she did the front windows, then the kitchen window. She didn't say she was afraid. She didn't have to. All the curtains shut, all the lines of sight cut off. We clustered in the living room because that was the only thing people do when they stop trusting the perimeter. They gather where the bodies are. My father sat in the armchair nearest the front window, flashlight on the side table beside him. My mother took the couch, with Hannah practically folded into her side, blanket pulled to her chin. Aunt Karen sat on the hearth with her knees drawn up, travel cup forgotten on the floor beside her. I took the dining chair nearest the kitchen because from there I could hear both the front and back halves of the cabin, and because I did not want to sit with my back to any window even if every curtain in the house was closed. The TV stayed on low because turning it off would have made the silence too obvious. Nobody watched it. Some home renovation show flickered blue-white across the room. Men in tool belts and a smiling host walking through a half-finished kitchen somewhere unimaginably safe. The sound was barely above a murmur. Without conversation to blur them, the house sounds sharpened. The refrigerator compressor hummed in the kitchen and then stopped with a little shudder. The heater kicked in, clicked, rattled warm air through the vent, then clicked back off again. Branches rasped once along the outer wall, like dry fingers dragged lightly over siding. Farther out, from the direction of the lake, something splashed. A heavy sound, not fish-light, maybe a bird landing, maybe nothing unusual at all. Every sound now came preloaded with possibility. Hannah wiped at her face and whispered, "I hate this." My mother kissed the top of her head without saying anything. My father stared at the back curtains as if he could look through them by force. Time slowed. 10 minutes felt like half an hour. I kept expecting something loud and obvious to happen. A shout, a broken window, a car engine. Instead, the cabin just sat there, with us in it, warm and overlit, and listening. That was what made the next sound so bad. Not a crash, not even a bang, just 3 hard, deliberate taps on the glass behind me. Tap, 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 at shoulder height. Close enough to the dining chair that I felt the sound more than heard it. A small, sharp vibration through the room, as if somebody had rapped knuckles or something metal against the outside of the sliding glass door with calm, measured force. Everybody froze. Hannah made a small, choking noise, and then started crying outright, not loud at first, but with the immediate, helpless tears of somebody whose body has decided for her that this is fear now. My mother pulled her tighter and covered her mouth with one hand instinctively, either to comfort her or quiet her. I don't know which came first. My father stood up so fast the armchair legs scraped the floor. Then he killed the lights. Not all of them, just the lamp nearest the back of the room and the one over the kitchen sink, plunging the rear half of the cabin into a dimness broken only by firelight and the television flicker.
It was enough to cut our reflections on the glass if somebody dared look through the curtain gap.
The room got smaller in the dark. I remember hearing my own breathing and trying to make it quieter. I remember the blue pulse of the television on the plaid couch. I remember the curtain over the sliding door moving slightly from the heater draft and hating it for that small, stupid motion. My father stepped toward the back door and used 2 fingers to pinch the curtain open half an inch. From where I sat, I could see only reflection at first. The room, faint and ghosted against the glass. My father's outline, the white edge of the dining chair, the pale suggestion of my own face hanging in the dark like something already outside. Then, for 1 second, a second so fast I still can't say with certainty what I saw, a pale oval rose into the lower edge of the glass and vanished. Could have been a face. Could have been a flashlight flare. Could have been a trick of the room's reflection folding over itself at the wrong moment. That uncertainty is exactly what made it so frightening. If I had known, maybe my mind could have fixed around it. But not knowing left every possibility open. Human face, white hand, cloth, light. Someone crouched, someone standing, someone withdrawing the instant they knew they had been noticed. My father let the curtain fall shut. When he turned back, there was something in his expression I had not seen before. Not disbelief, not annoyance, not even simple fear. Calculation. He moved quickly to the hall closet where we'd piled coats and came back holding a hard black lockbox from the truck. He set it on the kitchen table, punched the code with his thumb, and opened it. Inside was the revolver he kept in the Explorer. My mother stared at him. "You brought that?" He didn't look up.
"I always bring it."
"You did not think that was worth mentioning?"
"I didn't think it mattered."
Aunt Karen gave a short, shocked laugh. "Feels like it matters now." The metallic sound of the cylinder checking open and shut seemed much too loud inside the cabin. My father did not point it at anything. He simply held it low along his thigh and stood facing the back curtains. That image, my father in jeans and a flannel, barefoot on the old cabin carpet, holding a gun in one hand, while a home renovation show glowed silently across the walls, is one of the most American images of fear I know. Nobody went outside now. That line had been crossed. Whatever masculine impulse my father might have had to confront somebody on the deck had burned off with the second set of taps on the glass. If someone wanted us to know they were there, then going out into that dark would have been agreeing to the terms of it. So we stayed inside, and the silence that followed was worse than the tapping. Noise gives you something to orient around, a location, a timeline, a rhythm. Silence gives you nothing except room for the mind to move. We sat there in the dim cabin, listening to the heater tick and the TV murmur and the occasional whisper of branches outside. Every passing minute made it harder to tell whether danger had gone or simply paused. At some point, Aunt Karen said, so quietly I almost thought I'd imagined it, "I heard something at the front, too." My father turned his head. "What?" Not at the same second, but close. She swallowed, eyes fixed somewhere near the floor. Movement by the front window, like someone shifting on gravel. No one said anything. It didn't need saying. If she had heard something near the front while the tapping came at the back, that meant 2 people. Or
one person impossibly fast. And one of those explanations was much worse because it was realistic. Hannah had stopped crying by then, but only because fear had worn her into shallow, shaky silence. My mother kept rubbing one hand up and down her arm in the same automatic motion over and over again.
My father stayed standing longer than he needed to, revolver down at his side, as if sitting might signal surrender. Eventually, the house did what houses always do. It resumed its ordinary sounds. The refrigerator hummed again. A pipe ticked in the wall. Somewhere outside, a car door slammed, far off near the office or road, though none of us knew whether that meant anything at all. Time dragged. Nobody suggested bed. Later, 10 minutes later, or 40, I couldn't tell, I got up because my mouth had gone dry again, and the need to move was stronger than the fear of doing it. "Where are you going?" my mother whispered sharply. "Water." "Don't!" "I'm just going to the sink." I moved slowly, trying not to make the floorboards complain. The kitchen was mostly dark except for the weak spill from the living room and the small orange light over the stove clock. I did not turn on the lamp above the sink. I didn't want the window to become a bright square. For a few seconds, I just stood there, letting my eyes adjust to the dim outline of the counter and cabinets. Then I leaned closer to the sink window and looked. At first, nothing, only darkness and my own faint reflection. Then, low on the outer side of the glass in one corner, so low I had to bend to be sure I was seeing it, there was a faint, oily print of a hand. Not clear enough for detail. No fingerprint spirals or full palm lines. Just the greasy, fogged suggestion of contact where skin or a glove treated with something had pressed briefly against the window. Too low to be accidental. Too low for a standing person glancing in. It looked like someone had crouched beneath the sill and rested one hand there while peering up into the kitchen. 3.3. The deck boards remembered. Nobody really slept after that. What happened instead was a long, miserable imitation of sleep that only made the night feel longer. My father stayed in the recliner nearest the front of the living room with the revolver on the side table and the television muted, the blue light from it washing over his face and making him look older than he had that morning. He didn't lean back. He barely shifted at all. Every few minutes, he would glance toward the front windows, then the back curtains, then toward the short hallway where the bedrooms were, like he was keeping 4 directions straight in his head. My mother tried to get Hannah into bed, but Hannah refused hard enough that it turned into one of those soft, desperate standoffs that happen when a child is trying not to sound like a child. In the end, she curled up on the couch with a blanket over her and my mother beside her, one hand resting on the rise of the blanket as if she needed to confirm Hannah was still there each time she woke. Aunt Karen took the hearth again, knees drawn up, a second blanket around her shoulders, and stared at the dead dark rectangle of the television whenever the muted, shifting images changed. I drifted between the floor and the far end of the couch, never fully committing to either. At one point, I stretched out on the carpet with a pillow and a blanket, thinking maybe if I was horizontal, my body would take over and give me an hour or two of unconsciousness, whether I wanted it or not. Instead, I lay there, staring at the underside of the coffee table and listening to the cabin breathe around us. Every sound had changed character. The house settling no longer sounded like old wood. It sounded like movement, deciding whether to be movement.
The heater clicking on and off no longer sounded domestic. It sounded timed. Even silence had texture now, thin in some places, thick in others, full of the suggestion that the dark outside the walls had not emptied just because we had lost sight of it.
I must have dozed in fragments, because I remember surfacing from dreams that weren't quite dreams, and not knowing for a second whether I had heard something in sleep or in the room. The television flickered. Somebody shifted under a blanket. My father's silhouette remained in the chair, like an object placed there for protection, and not a man who had to blink or get tired or admit that he had no real idea what to do. It was sometime around 2 a.m. when I heard the deck boards again. Not a bang this time, not taps on the glass. Just 3 slow creaks from outside the sliding door. 1. A pause. Another. A longer pause. Then a third. Not random settling, not the casual complaint of wet wood changing temperature. These were weighted sounds, spaced by intent, as if someone was testing where to place their feet or shifting from one board to another while keeping most of their body still. My eyes opened at the first one. At the second, I sat up halfway. At the third, I saw my father's head turn. He had heard them too. Neither of us spoke. The room had become so tuned to danger that words felt like something that might attract rather than organize it. He raised one hand slightly, a weight gesture, and stood from the recliner with a stiffness that told me he had not rested at all. The revolver stayed low in his right hand. With the left, he moved to the back curtains. I knew he was going to look, and even before he did it, I felt the wrongness of the timing. Some instinct I couldn't have explained told me that if anything was still out there, it was closer than before. He pinched the curtain open a fraction. At that exact moment, something moved past the far edge of the deck, not across the center where the motion light would have caught it cleanly, not clearly enough for outline or clothing or even certainty. Just a shape, darker than the dark behind it, slipping fast beyond the right side of the deck, low and quick, gone almost before my mind could assign it a size. My father jerked the curtain wider. Nothing. The deck light had not kicked on. That was the first thing I noticed. Whatever had passed there had either stayed outside the sensor's angle or moved too briefly to trigger it. We were left staring through the glass at a dim, gray-black deck, the yard beyond it barely readable at all. "You saw that?" I whispered. He did not answer immediately, which was answer enough. Then he said, "Yeah." My mother had sat up on the couch by then, blanket falling from one shoulder. "What is it?" "Nothing clear," my father said, but he was already moving toward the door. "What are you doing?" my mother asked. "Looking." "No." He ignored her again, and this time I went with him without waiting to be told not to. We stood at the sliding glass door together for a beat while he listened. I could hear the blood in my own ears. Beyond the glass, there was only the soft hiss of mist or very light rain moving through the trees. Then he unlocked the door. Cold hit us at once. Not just air temperature cold, wet cold, the kind that carries leaf rot and lake water and black dirt with it. He stepped onto the deck first, flashlight beams snapping on and slicing through a thin shimmer of rain mist. I stayed a half step behind him. The beam caught moisture in the air and made it look, briefly,
like static. Empty deck, empty yard. The railing shone damp. The boards reflected light in slick streaks. Beyond them stood the black tree trunks, vertical and patient, and all equally useless to search. The neighboring cabin, visible through the trees to the right, was dark. Not cozy dark, fully dark. Curtains drawn or lights off, impossible to tell. My father swept the beam down over the deck, across the steps, then out over the yard again. Nothing moved, no cigarette ember,
No running figure, no flash of red parka or brown jacket. The night had already swallowed back whatever had passed the edge of the deck. We searched anyway, because standing there and doing nothing would have meant admitting we were trapped by uncertainty. The top deck step held a muddy scuff, not a full print, not enough to call a footprint, but a dirty smear where a sole had clipped the wood on the way up or down. Near the far side of the railing, a cedar twig had snapped and caught in the slatwork, one fresh green break visible against the wet brown wood. And across the outer surface of the glass door itself, at roughly chest height, ran a long wet streak that had not been there earlier. It was too broad and uneven to be a finger mark. Maybe a sleeve. Maybe a gloved hand dragged across the surface while somebody moved past. I watched my father's face as the flashlight beam found each thing. He was no longer trying to fit any of it into a harmless shape. That was over. "We're leaving at dawn," he said. "Not if something else happens. Not maybe. Not after breakfast. At dawn." I nodded, even though he had not been speaking to me alone. We made a quick circuit around the deck, not venturing far into the yard because the ground dropped off unevenly behind the cabins, and the trees beyond the motion light were just a wall of dark verticals. Rain mist touched my face. The flashlight beam caught nothing useful. If someone had been there seconds earlier, they had moved with the confidence of somebody who knew the property better than we did. Back inside, the cabin felt even smaller for having gone outside and found signs instead of certainty. My mother saw our faces before she saw the details. "What?" "We're leaving first thing," my father said. That was all. He didn't describe the scuff or the twig or the wet streak on the glass. He didn't need to. Something in his voice made my mother stop asking questions. Aunt Karen stood and came to the back of the room, looked once at the curtain, then at my father, and seemed to understand the scale of the shift. Nobody argued. Not then. That was its own kind of terror too. The point where a family stops trying to persuade one another and starts accepting the changed shape of the night without negotiation. I shut the sliding door, locked it, and turned back toward the room. That was when I noticed Hannah staring at the curtains. She was sitting upright now, on the couch, blanket pooled in her lap, eyes fixed on the back of the cabin, with a look I can still call up exactly if I let myself. Not wild fear, not crying, something quieter and worse. A child recalculating how long she has already been in danger. "What?" I asked. She looked at me, then at the door again. "That wasn't the first time I heard somebody out there," she said. Nobody moved. Even my father stayed still. "What do you mean?" my mother asked. Hannah licked her lips. "Earlier. Before dinner." "Earlier tonight?" She nodded once, eyes still on the curtain seam. "I heard whispering under my window." The whole room seemed to narrow around that sentence.
"Why didn't you say anything?" my mother asked, too sharply. Hannah flinched. "I thought it was people walking back from another cabin." "Whispering?" Aunt Karen said. "I don't know, like voices, low." Hannah wrapped both arms around herself. "I thought it was adults outside, or maybe from the road. I didn't know." My father said, "Which window?" She pointed down the hall toward her bedroom, the room across from mine, side of the cabin, low window. The one I had already distrusted because the latch felt weak. "What did it sound like?" I asked. "I couldn't tell the words." Her voice had gone small. "Just whispering, right under it, like somebody didn't want me to hear, but I could anyway." That line went through me in a way that taps and creaks hadn't. Not because it was louder or more dramatic, because it meant proximity and time. Somebody had been under my sister's window long enough for her to register voices, and then decide they belonged to ordinary people passing by, which meant whoever had been out there had felt no urgency. They had stayed close to the cabin and spoken quietly beneath a child's window, as if that were not a terrible risk, because they understood how families explain things away. My mother crossed the room and sat beside Hannah again, one arm around her shoulders. "You tell me anything like that next time." "I know." "No, I mean it." "I know." But we all knew there would be no next time in this cabin if my father could help it. What followed was the deadest part of the night. Not because nothing happened, but because all of us had finally accepted the same reality at once. Somebody had been testing the boundaries of our cabin for hours, maybe longer, and we did not know how close they had come or what had stopped them from trying more. Nobody pretended to sleep after that. We waited for morning the way people wait in emergency rooms or police stations, stiff, over-alert, and detached from normal time. The television remained muted, the heater clicked, rain thickened and softened again. My father sat in the recliner with the revolver across his thigh. My mother kept Hannah close. Aunt Karen smoked one cigarette in the fireplace with the flue cracked because she said she was past caring about the rules. The smoke coiled up the chimney and left a sour trace in the room. At some point, the windows began to shift from black to gray. Morning did not arrive with relief. It arrived with evidence. My father and I went outside as soon as there was enough light to see the grain of the deck boards without the motion lamp. The air was colder than the day before and carried the smell of soaked cedar and stale ash from the fire pits around the property. The yard behind the cabin looked ordinary in the way scenes of dread often do by daylight. Small, manageable, almost embarrassingly plain. Then we saw what had been there all along in the back corner of the deck. On the top rail, near the far end where the tree line came closest, was a small cigarette burn mark, dark and round against the damp wood. Fresh enough that the char looked clean, not weathered. Just below it, tucked beneath the lower edge of the railing where you would not notice it unless you crouched, lay a flattened beer can, mottled with moisture and pine grit. My father bent and picked it up without a word. I stared at the burn mark. Someone had not just stepped onto our deck. Someone had stayed there long enough to smoke, long enough to drink, long enough to watch the inside of our cabin while we moved through it, believing the walls meant
separation. 4.1. We should have left then. We should have left then. That's the sentence I've gone back to more than any other over the years, more even than the sounds on the deck or the tapping on the glass or the things we found afterward. Not because it would have fixed everything, I don't know that it would have, but because there was still a window then, small, ugly, inconvenient, but real, where leaving was possible, where the whole shape of what happened might still have bent another way. Morning had come fully by then, gray and damp and cold enough that every breath outside looked thin and temporary. The cabin was all stale heat, old coffee, and the sour edge of cigarette smoke from the one Aunt Karen had finally lit in the fireplace before dawn. Nobody had showered. Nobody had changed into anything properly clean.
We moved around each other in the heavy, detached way people do after a night with no real sleep. Too tired to be sharp, too alert to relax. Every task performed with the brittle seriousness of a drill. My father started packing before anyone officially decided to. That was how he handled urgency. He didn't announce it. He lifted the duffels off the bedroom floors, zipped what had been left open, rolled charging cords into his palm, carried things to the front door in firm, efficient trips. My mother was still standing at the kitchen counter with both hands around a mug of bad coffee when she realized what he was doing. "You're serious," she said. He didn't look up. "Yeah. We're really leaving." "Yes." There was no drama in his voice anymore, which made it more convincing. The argument from the night before had burned through whatever energy there had been for debate. He had crossed into decision. That should have been enough. It should have pulled all of us into motion behind him. In a better version of the story, maybe it would have. Instead, the room fractured around one last delay. My mother set the mug down. "We need to stop at the office first." My father paused with the duffel halfway lifted. "No." "Yes." "No. We get in the car and we go." Her jaw tightened. "I'm not just driving away from this." "We are not staying here 1 minute longer than necessary." "I didn't say stay. I said stop at the office." Aunt Karen, who was folding blankets off the couch with the mechanical anger of somebody trying to keep her hands occupied, said immediately, "He's right. We go." My mother turned toward her. "And what? Say nothing? Let the next family walk into this blind?" "There may not be a next family until the weekend." "That's not the point." "It kind of is." "It is not," my mother snapped. "What if they do this to somebody else?" That sentence hit the room harder than I expected, because underneath all the fear and exhaustion, she was right too. However much she had resisted naming the danger the night before, she had crossed over fully by morning. Now the thing driving her was not disbelief, but the need to make somebody official take ownership of it. Management, the sheriff, anybody with a title and a desk and a clipboard, and some obligation to do more than sit in a recliner with a revolver and wait for daylight. My father dropped the duffel by the door. "We call from town." "With what signal? And tell them what, after the fact?" "With enough distance between us and this place." Aunt Karen said, "The office already knows more than they've said." My mother looked at her sharply. "What is that supposed to mean?" "The clerk, the notes, the spare keys hanging behind the desk. The whole place feels like it's used to not asking questions. That is not evidence." "No," Aunt Karen said, "but it sure as hell isn't comforting." Hannah sat on the arm of the couch with her coat already on, both hands wrapped around the straps of her backpack. She wasn't speaking now. Her fear had gone past complaint and into compliance. That, more than anything, scared me. Hannah at 13 was not cooperative by nature. The fact that she was watching the adults argue without interrupting meant she understood enough to know she had no power in the room. I zipped my own duffel and hauled it to the front door, trying not to think about how every extra minute inside the cabin felt borrowed. That was when the practical problem arrived, because bad choices rarely look dramatic when they appear. They look ordinary, mechanical, easy to reason with. My father went out to start the Explorer and came back 10 seconds later with a look I didn't like. "It turned over slow," he said. "Slow?" my mother repeated. "It's cold. Battery's dragging." "So let it warm." He rubbed the side of his jaw.
I don't love the idea of getting halfway down County Road on no sleep with the engine acting up. "There you go," my mother said at once, seizing on the first thing that sounded like a structure for delay. "We talk to the office, make a complaint, maybe see if somebody can jump it if it needs one, and then we leave. I can handle the car." "That's not what I'm saying." "What are you saying then?" "I'm saying this doesn't have to be all or nothing." To me, it already did. That was the unbearable part. It felt all or nothing in a way I could not have argued properly back then without sounding hysterical. Every little pause had begun to glow in my mind like a trap disguised as convenience. Battery slow in the cold. One last stop at the office. One last explanation. One last chance to do the responsible thing. None of those decisions sounded foolish. Together, they made up the exact kind of delay horror lives on. My father went back outside to check the engine again. Aunt Karen followed him with a muttered curse about needing a cigarette before she said something unforgivable. My mother started gathering the last of the breakfast things because, apparently, even on the morning you flee a cabin after being watched through the night, somebody still has to empty the coffee grounds and wipe down the counter. I carried 2 bags to the car, and only then really noticed cabin 8. It sat just next to ours across a short strip of damp gravel and a patch of pine-shadowed yard, angled enough that from our back deck you could only see part of it through the trees. Somehow, until that morning, I had registered it only as structure, a neighboring shape, one more dark cabin in the row. I had not really taken in the fact that people were staying there. But now, in the clearer gray light, occupancy was obvious. An SUV with out-of-state plates sat parked at an angle in front of it, beads of moisture on the windshield. A cooler stood near the porch steps with a folded towel draped over one handle. On the little table by the front porch were 2 coffee mugs, one dark blue and one white, close enough together to suggest people who had sat there not long ago. Beside the door, absurdly small against the larger furniture, was a child-sized folding camp chair with cartoon fish printed on the back. I stopped in the gravel, staring at it. No child, no voices, no movement. Just the evidence of people who had been there the whole time. That unsettled me in a way I was not prepared for. All night, we had been telling the story in our own outline. Our cabin, our family, our porch, our glass,
our fear. But there had been another family, or at least another group, right beside us the whole time. Close enough that someone could cross between the cabins in seconds. Close enough that a whisper under the wrong window might belong to either house. We had not noticed them. Had they noticed us? Had they heard anything? Had they seen the woman in red or the man at the pool? Had they slept through the same sounds because they had families too, and bad coffee too, and the same instinct to explain everything away? I wanted suddenly, intensely, to know. I crossed halfway toward cabin 8 before I realized I was doing it. The porch steps creaked once under my weight when I put one foot on the bottom rise and stopped. What was I going to say if someone opened the door? "Hi, sorry to bother you, but I think there may be two strangers casing the cabins and possibly standing under our windows at night. Did you hear anything weird? Did a woman in a red coat follow you home from the lodge?" I imagined their faces if they were ordinary people. Confusion, politeness, maybe alarm, maybe suspicion that I was the unhinged one. So I didn't knock. Instead, I stood there, trying to read the place without entering it. The doormat was damp. A child's sneaker, small and red-trimmed, sat just inside the outer edge of the porch, as if kicked off carelessly. The cooler lid had not latched fully. A plastic grocery bag hung from the porch hook, with a loaf of bread visible through one torn side. Everything about the cabin looked lived in, temporary, normal. Then I noticed the marks by the rear storm door handle. I only saw them because of the angle of the light. 3 or 4 shallow scratch lines in the wood beside the outer handle plate, pale against the darker stain. They were not deep enough to scream forced entry. They could have been old. They could have been from a dog jumping up. They could have meant almost nothing, and still, once I saw them, they were all I could see. My father called my name from beside the Explorer. I turned and pointed toward the doorframe. "There," I said when he came closer. "Those weren't on ours?" He frowned at the scratches, then at me. "Could be anything." "Yeah, management can check it." The answer was reasonable enough to be infuriating. Management can check it. Another handoff, another minute, another assumption that responsibility belonged to some later person in some later conversation, and not to the terrible fact of the morning itself. I wanted to tell him that if there were people in 8, we should at least warn them. I wanted to insist. Instead, I nodded because he was tired and armed and trying to keep us moving, and because every adult around me seemed to be handling fear by narrowing their field of obligation to the smallest thing they thought they could control. "Leave it. Management can check. We'll tell the office. We go after that." I stepped back off the porch and turned toward our cabin to fetch the last bag. That was when I saw the face. Not clearly. Not enough to call it a face after the fact with complete honesty. Just the pale suggestion of one behind the curtain of cabin 8's front window. Low. Too low for the height where an adult would normally stand. And too still. For one electric second, I thought someone inside had been watching me the entire time. One of the guests. A child. A woman crouched behind the curtain, someone who had heard nothing, seen nothing, and was only now looking out because they had noticed the strange boy from next door staring at their doorframe. I stopped cold. Then the angle shifted.
and I realized the pale shape was not inside cabin 8 at all. It was a reflection. My own cabin window across the gravel, catching a piece of light and throwing back a warped impression of my face in the wrong place. No person, no hidden watcher behind their curtain. Just glass, distance, and the kind of nerves that make a reflection look sentient for half a heartbeat. But the false alarm shook me more than a real sighting might have.
Because it proved how ready my mind had become to populate every surface with people. Every pane of glass now felt like it might already be looking back. 4.2. The office didn't want trouble. My father and I walked to the lodge office while my mother stayed back with Hannah and Aunt Karen at the cabin, finishing the last of the packing and pretending, I think, that there was still a version of the morning where this became a complaint instead of a story. The air outside had grown flatter and meaner as the day settled in. Not raining, not dry. Just that damp northern cold that made every railing slick and every breath feel undercooked. Gravel shifted under our shoes with a sound that seemed too loud in the emptiness between cabins. The place looked more abandoned than occupied in daylight. Curtains drawn, smoke from one chimney, a truck parked near the far loop. No guests out walking, no children on the little playground, no one carrying coffee from cabin to cabin the way they had the day before. I kept checking the spaces between the trees. I was not expecting to see anyone clearly. That would have been too easy. But after the night we'd had, the gaps between cabins no longer read as distance. They read as access. The lodge office sat under its porch lamps, even though daylight had already done the work the bulbs were meant to do. One of them buzzed faintly. The old soda machine hummed. The ice machine under the awning gave off that same dull mechanical vibration I now associated with being watched. My father went in without knocking, carrying the crushed cigarette butt wrapped in a napkin in one hand, like an accusation he did not trust himself to explain without proof. The woman from check-in was gone. In her place stood an older man behind the counter, late 60s maybe, built in that wiry, rural way that made age hard to estimate. He wore a canvas work jacket over a flannel shirt and reading glasses low on his nose. His hair was thin and yellow-gray, combed straight back. He had the rough, split-knuckle look of somebody who actually fixed things around the property instead of just calling somebody else to do it. Owner or maintenance, maybe both. He looked up when we entered, took one glance at my father's expression, and straightened a little. "Mornin'," he said. "It's not," my father replied. That landed between them. The man didn't bristle exactly, he just got quieter. "What can I do for you?" My father stepped up to the desk and laid out the napkin. The cigarette butt rested in the center, like something ridiculous and obscene at the same time. He pointed at it, then at the scrape on the front door frame described from memory, then at me. "Somebody was on our porch last night," he said. "Somebody tried our door. We've had people hanging around our cabin since yesterday." "There's a man and a woman." The older man lifted a hand in a slowing gesture before the full shape of the complaint even formed. "You folks have local hunters through here this time of year. Sometimes kids cut across from the north side too. Happens every season. People hear things, see shadows, get themselves worked up." It was a smooth answer, too smooth. Not polished, not corporate, but practiced. The kind of minimizing response a person gives when he has used the same script before and knows exactly how much skepticism sounds reasonable without sounding dismissive. My father did not lower his voice. A cigarette butt warm on my front porch this morning is not shadows. The man glanced at it again. Could be from one of the cleaners yesterday. No, my father said. You can't know that. I can know it was warm. That made the older man pause. Not long, just enough that I saw the calculation behind his eyes. He had expected an uneasy guest. He had not expected a guest arriving with details and anger and no patience for softening language. My father kept going. He described the scrape at the lock plate, the tapped glass, the movement around the cabin, the woman in the red parka standing by the restroom hall, the man at the pool, the questions about our cabin and our length of stay. I watched the older man's face closely because by then I no longer believed much in outright confessions or obvious tells. I was looking for the small things. Where he interrupted, which details he ignored, what made him ask for repetition. He let most of it pass with the same lined, tired expression. But when my father got to the woman, red parka, blonde hair, standing too close to the restroom entrance, the older man's reaction shifted. Barely. A tightening around the mouth, a blink he didn't need. Then he said, too casually, "What'd you say she was wearing?" "Red parka," my father said. The man nodded once.
And the guy? My father described him again. Brown field jacket, dark knit cap, rough face, one flattened ear. The older man asked for the woman's description twice. That was enough. "I don't know them," he said finally. He said it with the bluntness of somebody expecting that to end the conversation. I didn't believe him. Not because I thought he necessarily knew their names or had welcomed them personally. It was the opposite, almost. He reacted like someone recognizing a problem category before recognizing a person. The kind of quick internal adjustment people make when they hear a detail they hoped not to hear again. He turned to the reservation binder and flipped through several pages with a finger darkened by grease or ink. The office smelled like old carpet, stale coffee, and damp paper. Somewhere in the back, a space heater clicked. The bowl of peppermints still sat on the counter like all of this was still part of a pleasant family resort morning. No woman in a red parka checked in under her own name, he said.
No man matching that either. That should have made me feel better. Instead, it made the room colder. Because if those two weren't registered guests, then they had been moving freely around the pool, cafe, and cabin loop without a cabin officially attached to them. That did not sound like relief. It sounded like a property nobody monitored closely enough to know who belonged to it. Behind the man, a board hung with spare cabin key tags on small metal hooks. Most of them were in place. A few were missing. 7 and 8 were empty, which made sense, occupied cabins. But on the counter near the register lay another wooden tag by itself, separate from the board, as if someone had forgotten to rehang it or set it aside for repair. I stared at it a second too long. The face of the wood had a fresh, pale groove across it, not a natural crack.
More like the surface had been sanded or scraped hard enough to erase a burned-in number. The metal ring was still attached. The blankness of the tag looked wrong in a place where everything else was labeled, accounted for, slotted. My father was still talking. "This isn't kids cutting through," he said, "and it's not guests hearing branches. Somebody was on our deck.
Somebody tested our front lock. I have a teenage daughter in that cabin." The older man said, "I understand that." "No," my father replied, "you don't." That was probably true. The man closed the reservation binder and folded both hands over it. "Best I can tell you is there's no registered guest matching your description. We've got hunters come through, snowmobile guys sometimes, local kids who know the back service trails. Folks hear things around here every season. Shadows between cabins, somebody smoking where they shouldn't. Sound carries funny by the lake." There it was again, that phrase. Every season. Not this once. Not that's unusual. Every season. My father heard it too. "So this happens a lot?" The older man hesitated, just long enough to know he shouldn't have said it that way. "Complaints happen. About strangers on porches? About sounds. About people wandering where they shouldn't." "Then why aren't you doing more about it?" The man spread his hands slightly, a gesture meant to read as practical helplessness, and instead came off as unwillingness. "I can drive through the property later, see if anybody's cutting around where they shouldn't be." Later. The word almost made me laugh. A patrol drive later, after a night like that. After a man and a woman had been close enough for us to hear them move around the cabin. The response was so weak, it stopped even pretending to belong to the same reality we were in. While my father kept pressing, I glanced toward the office window beside the brochures. At the far edge of the lot, near the dumpsters, beyond the parked cars, stood the woman in the red parka. She was partly turned away, enough that I saw the shape of the coat first and the washed-out color of her hair second. She stood near the tree line just beyond the asphalt edge, not hiding, not approaching, simply still in that same patient way she had stood by the restroom. My pulse kicked hard enough that my vision sharpened around her. "There," I said, pointing. "There she is." My father turned immediately. The older man turned too. By the time their eyes reached the glass, she was gone. Not walking away, not slipping behind a car. Gone. 1 second visible, the next swallowed by the angle of the lot and the trees beyond it. The older man looked at me, then at the empty stretch near the dumpsters. "Could have been anybody in a red coat." "No," I said. His expression closed further after that. Maybe he thought I was a frightened kid, seeing what he expected to see. Maybe he knew exactly who I meant, and had already decided he did not want the responsibility of recognizing her out loud. I still don't know which possibility is worse. My father finally gave up trying to force urgency into a man who had none. You could see the decision happen in him. Not acceptance, not forgiveness, just the cold understanding that whatever help this place might offer would be too little and too late. He asked for a refund on the remaining night. The older man said he'd make a note of it, though his tone suggested he was doing us a favor rather than responding to a threat report. Then he pushed a small slip and clipboard across the counter for my father to sign. While my father bent over the form, jaw tight enough to show in his cheeks, I looked down and saw another sheet half hidden beneath a coffee cup beside the register. A key log. Not the full reservation binder this time, just a ruled page with cabin numbers, dates, times, initials, and a narrow signature column. The coffee cup covered the top half, but cabin 7 was visible far enough down the page for me to read it. 7. Spare key. Previous evening. The line after it
held a signature that was not a signature so much as a smear of hurried pen strokes. Not legible, not even close. The sort of line people draw when they know nobody intends to verify it. My throat tightened. I looked up at the keyboard again. 7's hook, empty. Of course it was empty. We were in 7. But the spare key had been checked out the previous evening, and whoever signed for it had left a name nobody could read. 4.3. Something was wrong next door. By the time my father and I got back from the office, the cabin had taken on that stripped-down look temporary places get when people are no longer staying in them, only passing through. Blankets were folded. Food had been shoved back into grocery bags.
Chargers and wet swimsuits and travel-size shampoo bottles were all packed away or abandoned by the sink. The rooms looked smaller, without our mess spread across them, like the cabin was already shrugging us off. My mother had lined the mugs by the sink to rinse them before we left. Aunt Karen had her coat on and her purse over one shoulder. Hannah sat on her duffel in the living room, holding her backpack between her knees, like someone waiting in a station after missing a train. "We're almost done," my mother said the second we came in, as if we had somehow delayed the process rather than tried to make it official. My father did not answer right away. He put the refund slip from the office on the kitchen counter, then took his truck keys from one pocket and dropped them beside it. His face had gone flatter since the conversation with the older man, the anger compressed down into something more dangerous and less energetic.
It was the face he wore when he had concluded that another person was either stupid or dishonest, and he had no time left to decide which. "What did he say?" my mother asked. "That he'll drive through the property later," my father said. Aunt Karen made a sound in her throat like a laugh and a curse had collided. My mother stared at him. "That's it?" "That's it." "And the sheriff?" "He didn't call anybody." "He didn't—" "He minimized it," my father said. Like all of it was hunters and kids and guests hearing things. I watched my mother absorb that. The small piece of hope she'd hung on to, that the office would hear our story and shift instantly into adult competence, management mode, keys and phone calls and apologies, collapsed without much ceremony. She pressed both palms against the counter and looked down for a second, then up again with a fresh, brittle kind of urgency. "I need to use the bathroom before we leave," she said, "and I'm getting one more coffee for the road." My father stared at her in disbelief. "Now?" "Yes, now. I'm not driving 3 hours with no coffee and hoping we find somewhere decent in the first 10 miles. We should already be gone." "We will be gone in 10 minutes. Aunt Karen said, "That's what people say right before they aren't." Nobody responded to that because it was too true and too irritating at the same time. So the delay happened again, not because anybody made some grand emotional choice to ignore danger, but because practical life kept forcing its tiny demands on top of fear. Bathroom, coffee, one last rinse of a mug, one last trip to the car, one last check that Hannah had her charger and that the cooler had been latched, and that the battery still sounded strong enough to trust. That is how these stories stretch open for the worst possible thing to enter them. Not with one dramatic refusal to leave, but with 10 ordinary reasons to wait another 5 minutes. I stepped back outside while my mother gathered her purse and looked for her keys for a full 30 seconds before realizing they were already in her coat pocket. I told myself I just needed air. Really, I needed to get out from under the feeling of the cabin for a minute. The walls had started to make every voice sound trapped. Outside, the cold hit harder than before and brought my thoughts back into my body. The gravel was still damp. The sky hung low and colorless over the pines. Somewhere down by the lake, a bird made a single, raw call and then stopped. I stood near the porch, breathing the wet air, and listened. At first I heard nothing unusual, just the far hum of the ice machine near the lodge, softened by distance. A faint ticking from our explorer, cooling and then reheating after being started earlier. The occasional drip from tree branches, still holding moisture. Then, from the direction of Cabin 8, came a muffled thump. Not loud, not dramatic enough to be a crash, more like something medium heavy dropped onto carpet or knocked against a wall inside a closed room. Then, silence. I turned my head slowly toward the neighboring cabin. Everything there looked the same as before at a glance. The SUV with the out-of-state plates, the cooler near the steps, the child-sized folding chair by the porch. But once I started looking for wrongness, the arrangement of things shifted. The blue coffee mug that had been upright on the small porch table now lay on its side. The screen, or storm door, did not sit flush in the frame. It had that slight looseness of a door not fully latched. One small white sock, child size I thought at first, though I couldn't be sure from where I stood, lay half on the porch step and half in the damp gravel, as if somebody had stepped out with an armful of laundry and dropped it without noticing. The cooler lid stood open a few inches. No voices, no movement. I told myself again, reasonably, that people had been packing all morning. Family cabins looked messy. Doors didn't always catch. Children lost socks. Someone could have knocked over a mug and not cared. Every piece by itself remained explainable. Then why did my pulse climb the way it did? I crossed the gravel without deciding to. Nearing the porch, I heard something else from inside Cabin 8. The television. Too loud, not blaring, not distorted, just turned up past normal daytime background volume. Loud enough that dialogue bled into the porch air in a constant, restless stream. The sort of volume people use when they are trying to drown something out, or when they leave in a hurry and forget they've done it. "Hello?" I called, aiming for casual and missing. No answer. I took the porch steps slowly. The knocked-over mug had leaked coffee that was now drying in a rust-brown crescent on the table boards. The sock on the step had a dark heel and cartoon fish around the ankle. The storm door stood a fraction open, enough that if I knocked, it would move rather than take the full hit. "Hey," I called again. "You guys okay?" Nothing. Only the television from inside. Too loud. An ad now. Then a jarring burst of laughter from some daytime host. I knocked. The door shifted inward slightly under my hand. That tiny movement changed the whole feeling of the porch. I froze with my hand still hovering where I had touched it. The gap between door and frame widened just enough to show a thin slice of the cabin interior beyond. The dim hall, the edge of a chair, the moving color spill from the television farther inside. I should have stepped back then. I know that now. Instead, I looked. Not entering, not pushing the door wider, just looking through the narrow opening. Because by then, the sense that something was wrong had become heavier than the embarrassment of being caught looking. A suitcase lay face down in the hall, just beyond the threshold. One wheel still spun lazily in place, or maybe my eyes invented that later. I'm not fully sure. But I remember the impression of recent disturbance, of a thing knocked over and left where it fell. Near it, half in the hall and half dragged toward the kitchen, was what looked like a towel or small blanket twisted into itself. Farther in, at the edge of the kitchen linoleum where it met the darker flooring, I saw a stain, dark red-brown. Not much, not a movie puddle, not enough for certainty. It might have been spilled wine. It might have been sauce, coffee, dirty mop water catching bad light. But there was something about the placement of it, narrow, irregular, too close to the transition between rooms, that made my body understand before my mind allowed the word blood to form. Panic rose all at once, not in a cinematic flash, but in a tightening sequence. Chest, throat, scalp, fingers. "Hello?" I said one last time, and my voice came out wrong. No answer. I backed off the porch so fast I nearly slipped on the wet step. Then I ran. By the time I reached our cabin, my father was just coming out, with his jacket half on, irritated in the way he always got when multiple last-minute tasks tried to occupy the same 10 seconds of his life. "What?" "There's something wrong next door." He frowned immediately. "What do you mean?" "I mean something's wrong." I was breathing too hard now, which I knew was hurting me. Fear always makes witnesses sound less trustworthy. The door was open, the TV's on, there's stuff knocked over, and there's a stain on the floor. What kind of stain? I don't know. That's not an answer. It looked... I swallowed. "Just come look." My father took one glance at my face and decided not to argue there. He said over his shoulder to my mother, "Stay here with Hannah," and followed me back across the gravel. Cabin 8 looked different already. The storm door was shut. Not wide, not obvious, just fully shut now, seated flush in the frame, as if it had been that way all along. The television was off. The porch had gone still enough to make my scalp prickle. No sound from inside, no movement behind the curtains. Even the air felt changed, as if the little scene of disarray I had found 30 seconds earlier had folded itself back up before producing any evidence. My father turned to me as we stepped onto the porch. "You may have spooked them." I stared at him. "I didn't imagine it." "I didn't say you did. You said maybe I spooked them." "I'm saying maybe they're in there, and now they don't want to answer the door because some kid from next door is acting what?" He stopped because he saw the look on my face, or maybe because in that exact moment he also saw the porch details more clearly. The fallen mug, the sock on the step, the cooler lid gaping open by the handle. He reached for the doorknob. Before he touched it, I said, "Wait." At first, I thought it was a trick of the damp welcome mat, a shadow in the woven fibers near the threshold. Then my eyes adjusted, and the line resolved itself. A fresh, narrow, red-brown seep had appeared beneath the door. Not a gush, not dramatic enough for instant certainty, just a thin thread of dark liquid working its way from the interior threshold into the edge of the mat, soaking the fibers by degrees.
Not much. Enough. My father crouched, 2 fingers braced on his knee, and stared at it without touching. When he looked up at me again, his face had changed completely. The last remains of skepticism were gone. I saw calculation, fear, and something else underneath both. Self-blame, arriving too early to be useful. "Get back," he said. I stepped off the porch at once. He stood and pulled his flashlight from his jacket pocket, though it was still broad morning and no extra light was needed on the porch. Habit, maybe.
Or the instinct to arm one hand with anything while deciding whether to kick in a door that might already hide something worse than the line beneath it suggested. "We need the office," I said. "We need..." He stopped. From the woods behind Cabin 8 came the distinct crunch of footsteps on wet brush and gravel. Not near, not far either. Close enough that we both turned toward the sound at once. My father snapped the flashlight beam toward the trees, even though the daylight washed most of it out. For 1 second, less than a second really, just enough for shape and color to register, he caught movement between the trunks. The man in the brown field jacket, dark knit cap, side profile, too fast to see the face clearly, but enough of the build, enough of the jacket, enough of the motion to strike recognition straight into me. He was moving deeper between the trees behind Cabin 8, and in his hands, slung awkwardly low as he went, was something long, wrapped in a blanket or tarp.
5.1. Back inside, lights out. My father did not go after the man in the woods. For years, I thought about that moment and tried to imagine the version of him who did, the version who charged off the porch of Cabin 8 with a flashlight and a gun and whatever remained of his temper, crashing into the trees after a man carrying something wrapped in a blanket. At 17, some primitive part of me wanted that, wanted pursuit, wanted action, wanted my father to become the kind of man horror stories reward. But he wasn't stupid, and whatever else can be said about that day, stupidity wasn't what trapped us. The second the figure vanished between the trunks, my father grabbed the front of my jacket and shoved me backward off Cabin 8's porch so hard I nearly lost my footing in the wet gravel. "Move," he said. It wasn't loud. That was what made me obey instantly.
He didn't look at the woods again. He didn't try to line up a shot through branches. He turned us both toward Cabin 7 and half pushed, half dragged me across the gravel while my pulse was still trying to catch up to what my eyes had just seen. The world had gone strangely clean around the edges. I remember the dark stripe of wet in the tire tracks. I remember the cold in my teeth. I remember looking once over my shoulder at Cabin 8 and seeing the door still shut, the thin line under it still creeping into the mat. Then we were inside our own cabin again, and the door slammed behind us. "What happened?" my mother demanded, already standing. My father locked the deadbolt first, then the chain. Then he turned, and for a second I thought he was going to tell a smaller version of it, some edited version suitable for Hannah, some hold-it-together lie to keep the panic distributed. But his face had gone too far past normal for that. "There's blood under the door next door," he said, "and I saw him." My mother's expression emptied, then cracked. "Who?" "The man, brown jacket." "Jesus Christ," Aunt Karen whispered. Hannah looked from one face to another, trying to pull meaning from the parts of the sentence she understood and the parts she didn't. "What do you mean, blood?" My father ignored the question because there was no possible answer to it that would help. He went straight to the kitchen counter, grabbed his phone, saw no signal, swore under his breath, then snatched the cabin landline from its cradle. That should have made everything feel better. A phone, a line, procedure, call, report, wait. Instead, it only showed us how far away help really was. The first call to the office rang too long before anyone picked up.
When they finally did, my father had to say nearly everything twice because the line kept crackling and dropping in volume, as if even the wires here did not want to commit to carrying bad news properly. He gave Cabin 8, Cabin 7, the blood under the door, the suspicious people, the man in the woods. Whoever was on the other end kept interrupting with questions that felt insultingly small in the face of the situation. Was somebody hurt? How much blood? Did you enter the cabin? Could it be an animal? My father's voice got flatter with every answer. No, I did not enter the cabin. No, I do not know how much blood because I did not go measuring it. No, I do not think it's an animal. Then came the part that changed the emotional temperature of the room completely. The office told him they were calling the sheriff's department from the main line because the signal there was better. Not that the sheriff was on site.
Not that somebody from management was already on the way.
Not that there was a security person anywhere on property. Just that they would call it in. My father hung up and immediately tried 911 from his cell anyway, pacing near the front window where the weak signal bars sometimes shifted. The call connected, broke, reconnected, and then dropped halfway through him spelling the road name. When he tried again, he got farther. A dispatcher took partial information, then asked him to repeat the address twice because the connection was chewing up words. Cedar Hollow Lodge, County Road Spur off the highway, Cabins 7 and 8, possible break-in, possible assault, suspicious male and female on property. A deputy would come from town. How long? My father asked. The answer came through in pieces. One deputy on another call, trying to route someone. Road conditions. Could be a while. Could be a while.
That was the sentence that finally made the whole thing real in a different way. Not because it was surprising. Some part of me already knew there wasn't a patrol car idling a mile away waiting for vacation emergencies. But because once the timeline of rescue turns vague, fear changes from temporary to structural. You stop thinking of danger as something approaching help is racing against. You start thinking of help as something crawling toward danger after the fact. My father ended the call and stood for a second with the phone still in his hand, staring at nothing. My mother asked, "Did they say how long?" He looked at her and said, "No." She turned away immediately, one hand over her mouth. From there, the cabin shifted into siege mode almost without discussion. My father locked every door again, even though he had already done it twice that day. Front door, back slider, side windows, Hannah's room, my room, the bathroom latches, the cheap little lock on the kitchen window above the sink. He checked them with his fingertips and then with force, one after another, as if pressure might reveal whether the house intended to keep its promises. He shut off the lamps nearest the windows and left only what he thought we needed. One living room light turned low, the muted television glow, the dim fixture over the stove clock, and the firelight from the hearth. My mother was almost panicking now, though she kept trying to move like a person who wasn't. She paced between the kitchen and living room, stopping only when she realized she was pacing
and forcing herself to do practical things instead. Gathering Hannah's coat, filling water glasses, asking pointless questions. Did the deputy sound serious? Did the office believe you? Are we sure we shouldn't just drive? As if enough questions might create a better answer somewhere inside them.
Aunt Karen, on the other hand, went cold and efficient. She opened drawers and took out every kitchen knife worth holding, laying them on a folded dish towel on the counter before choosing the two with the best grip and handing one to my mother without ceremony. She dragged the throw blankets away from the lower part of the windows so nothing soft hung near the glass that could silhouette us. She moved Hannah off the couch and down to the floor behind it, out of sight of the front window, then tucked a second blanket around her legs and told her not to argue. Not once. Hannah didn't. That scared me too. I stood in the middle of the living room and felt useless in a way I had never felt before. Not child useless, worse than that. Old enough to recognize what was happening, too young to exert any real authority over it, and privately sick with guilt over Cabin 8. If I had forced the issue sooner, if I had banged harder on the door, yelled, made my father come the first time, made a scene at the office before things slid this far, would any of it have changed? There's no honest answer to that, and that's part of what guilt feeds on. It doesn't need evidence. It only needs the possibility that another version of you might have acted harder and faster. Outside, the day deteriorated with offensive speed. Late fall in northern Wisconsin doesn't need much invitation to darken. The gray that had hung over us all morning thickened by degrees until the spaces between the pines behind the cabins began filling with black instead of shadow. A freezing drizzle started, not enough to call rain, just enough to make every rail, step, and windshield shine. The woods behind the back deck went from visible trunks to a single dark wall with vertical hints inside it. The porch light out front looked weak. The motion light on the deck looked theatrical and insufficient. Every source of illumination now seemed built not to protect us, but to show us exactly how little it could reach. Once or twice we heard movement outside. Not dramatic, not enough to point to. Gravel shifting somewhere near the side of the cabin. A branch moved against the siding with a soft, dry scrape that could have been wind. Something faint on the back deck or maybe the steps, though by then every noise carried the risk of becoming itself or a memory of itself, depending on how badly you listened. At one point, a metallic slam rang out from somewhere across the property. Maybe the lodge, maybe another cabin, maybe the dumpster lid near the office dropping shut. It made all five of us flinch anyway. My father stood near the front window with the curtain lifted a fraction and stared out into the fading light. If we run for the car now... He didn't finish. Aunt Karen did. And if they're waiting?
He dropped the curtain. That was the problem we all understood without wanting to say too clearly. The gravel between the cabin and the Explorer was open, exposed, and watched by too many angles. The tree line sat too close. If the man and woman, or just the man or somebody else entirely by then, were using the woods behind the cabins, then bolting for the car at dusk might not be escape, it might be invitation. My mother said, "We can't just stay here." "No," my father answered, "but we might have to until the deputy gets here." Worst choice, maybe only choice. We stayed put. The minutes after that were almost unendurable in their slowness. Hannah asked twice whether the police were coming, and each time got a version of soon that meant nothing. My mother tried calling the office again and got no answer. Aunt Karen stood by the kitchen and smoked half a cigarette out the cracked fireplace flue because she no longer cared if the smell lingered.
I kept drifting toward the back of the room, toward the kitchen, then back again as if proximity to the window might give me warning or some form of control. Close to full dark, when the sky had dimmed so far that the curtains seemed to hold night physically against them, Hannah whispered from behind the couch, "Don't move." Nobody did. Her voice had changed. No fear in it now, only that thin, stunned clarity that means somebody has seen something and has not yet decided whether naming it will make it more real. "What?" my mother asked. Hannah did not answer her. She was looking past all of us, toward the kitchen. I turned. The curtain over the kitchen side window was thinner than the others, more decorative than practical, and in the dim backlight of the room it showed shape if shape came close enough. Something had come close enough. At first, all I could make out was a darkened density behind the fabric, slightly wrong, slightly raised. Then my eyes adjusted, and the outline resolved into a human shoulder and head through the thin curtain, inches from the glass. 5.2. Glass on one side, gravel on the other. Nobody moved. That was the first thing the figure outside the kitchen curtain took from us. Not our safety, not yet, but motion. The cabin had already been reduced to low voices, controlled breathing, careful footsteps. Now even that stopped. My mother went rigid, with one hand clamped over her own mouth before any sound could get out. Hannah, still low behind the couch, made a tiny wounded noise and then swallowed it back. Aunt Karen's grip tightened around the kitchen knife so hard I could see the tendons in her wrist stand out white. The shape at the kitchen glass did not knock. That was somehow worse than if it had. A knock could still be read as performance, a demand, a test with a social shape to it. But this figure just stood there, behind the thin curtain, close enough that the cloth bowed faintly toward the window from the shared cold. Close enough that the outline of a shoulder, a head, and the downward line of one arm could be seen without imagination doing much work at all. I was crouched near the edge of the kitchen entry, half hidden by the lower cabinets and the couch arm. From where I was, I could make out more than I wanted. The figure's hand hung low beside the curtain line, gloved and still. Something slender dangled from it. At first I thought it might be a knife, then a flashlight, then some narrow strip of metal. A second later, it touched lightly against the outer door frame with a tiny, almost gentle tick. Not loud, not meant to frighten by force, meant to let us know it was there. My father had the revolver up by then, both hands on it, elbows bent, body angled toward the kitchen. But he could not shoot through the curtain. He didn't have a clear target, and he knew it. The figure was too close to the glass, and too obscured by fabric and reflection and poor light. One shot through that door could just as easily blow the frame apart and shower the kitchen in glass without hitting anything that mattered. So he stood there, with the weapon raised, and did nothing. That helplessness spread through the room like cold. Then, from the front side of the cabin came 3 hard knocks on the window. Not taps,
knocks, heavy enough to make the front glass tremble in its frame. My mother did scream then, or tried to. What came out was smaller, more like the start of one, because she caught it with both hands and folded forward over her own knees, like she could physically push the sound back inside. Hannah burst into tears again behind the couch. My father pivoted halfway toward the front room, then back toward the kitchen, and I saw in that motion what the night had really become. Pressure from two sides.
Aunt Karen whispered it before anyone else could. "There's two of them." She said it like someone naming a number on a hospital form. Flat, final, no drama left in it. Outside, the sounds changed. No more standing still at the kitchen glass. No more waiting at the front window. Now there were footsteps beginning around the exterior of the cabin. Measured, unhurried, deliberate. Not running, not rushing. Whoever they were, they knew exactly how much fear they had already built inside the house and had no need to hurry the rest of it along. One set moved across gravel near the front steps. Another, or maybe the same one circling too fast to follow, brushed close along the side wall with a soft, dry whisper as fingers or a sleeve moved over rough siding. Then the front doorknob turned once. Only once. Not hard enough to force it, just enough to test whether it would give. The sound of the latch taking that pressure carried through the cabin with almost obscene intimacy. Our house, our lock, our cheap little rented door mechanism meeting a stranger's hand in the dark. A second later came a long, slow scrape across my parents' bedroom window. My mother actually flinched, as if something had touched her skin. It sounded like metal dragged lightly over glass, or maybe a ringed hand, or maybe the edge of a tool. Not enough force to shatter, enough force to leave a memory behind, even if it left no mark. I realized then that I could hear something else at the kitchen frame. Breathing. Very faint, very close. Not theatrical or loud, just the smallest hitch and release of air coming from the other side of the glass or the gap near the slider frame. So close, I could not tell whether I was truly hearing a person or hearing my own mind translate the pressure of the moment into something human. My father stepped toward the kitchen curtain. "Don't," my mother whispered. He ignored her. He pinched the edge of the fabric between two fingers and opened a slit no wider than his thumb. The movement was so careful, so slight, that for a second I thought whoever was outside might not register it. Then I saw my father's face change. Not in some dramatic, movie way, no gasp, no recoil, just a fast, hard tightening, like every muscle around his eyes and mouth had pulled at once toward the center. He let the curtain open half an inch more. Later, trying to reconstruct the exact line of sight, I understood what he must have seen. The man in the brown field jacket was standing at the kitchen glass, close enough that his features were flattened slightly by reflection and angle, but close enough to identify. Dark knit cap, the same rough face from the pool room and the ice machine, skin wind-burned and too still. On his right sleeve, just below the forearm, there was something dark smeared across the fabric. Mud, maybe, wet leaves, something else. And in his gloved hand, he held a wooden cabin key fob. I know that because my father said it later, but I also know it because I saw the movement from where I crouched. The slight shift of his wrist, the hard little shape lifted toward the glass. He tapped it against the pane once, then twice. Tiny sounds, controlled, obscene in their calmness. Then he smiled. Not broadly, not with satisfaction. Just that same wrong smile I had seen by the changing room and Hannah had described better than any of us. A smile that did not reach the eyes, did not warm anything, did not blink. My father jerked away from the curtain as if the man had moved faster than expected. The fabric dropped shut. I should have stayed down. I should have listened to every nerve in my body screaming at me not to get closer to the back of the cabin. Instead, in that old stupid way people look at car wrecks and snakes and the edge of cliffs, I moved anyway. Not standing, just sliding lower and closer to the bottom edge of the curtain where the hem didn't quite meet the floor. From there, through the thinnest gap between fabric and wall, I saw past the kitchen glass and across the darker yard beyond. Near the tree line, just outside the reach of the backlight, stood the woman in the red parka. She was not approaching the house. She was not helping him at the door. She was simply watching the whole cabin from her position by the woods, posture still, face impossible to read at that distance. Not waiting, not confused, not nervous. She looked the way spotters look in bank robbery footage or store theft videos. The person farther back, calm, assessing, there to see everything and move only when needed. The sight of her settled something terrible inside me. Until then, even with the blood under Cabin 8's door and the man in the trees, there had remained some final, childish part of my brain trying to insist this might still be random or fragmented or partly misunderstood. Seeing her there, positioned with intent while he worked the glass, ended that. This was coordinated. They were not wondering. They were not improvising. Then suddenly, from the neighboring yard, a flashlight beam swept hard across the space between the cabins. Not ours. Brighter and more erratic than my father's controlled searches had been. It cut through the drizzle and bounced off the wet siding of Cabin 7, flashed across the lower edge of the kitchen curtain, then swung away. The man at the glass withdrew instantly. No hesitation, no visible startle. Just gone, folding back into dark with a speed that made it look practiced. Gravel crunched close outside. A low voice said something. Another answered. The words were too muffled by wall and weather to make out, but the cadence carried, short, efficient, not panicked. Then the dragging noise began. From the side yard between cabins 7 and 8 came a wet, heavy, intermittent sound I recognized before I understood. Not a body, not yet, because I would not let my mind use that word so soon, but a weight. Something being moved over gravel and damp ground that did not want to move cleanly. Drag. Pause. A smaller scrape, then drag again. It seemed to come closer and then angle away, as if the path between the cabins narrowed and forced adjustment. Nobody in our cabin spoke for several seconds. It was my father who finally said, very low and not to anyone in particular, "Something worse is happening next door." No one answered because there was nothing left to answer with. My mother had gone pale enough that even in the dim room I could see it. Aunt Karen stood as if ready to move, and knowing there was nowhere useful to move to. Hannah cried without making much sound anymore, just those awful, trembling breaths a person takes when fear has burned through the dramatic part and left only the body's refusal to calm. Outside, the dragging continued for another few moments, then thinned into gravel sounds farther off. After that came a different kind of silence. Not empty, occupied. The kind that follows action instead of preceding it. We remained where we were because movement now felt like exposure. The house held us in our positions like the memory of a photograph. My father by the kitchen curtain with the revolver low but ready. My mother crouched over Hannah. Aunt Karen near the hearth with the knife. Me on one knee by the lower wall beneath the window, every muscle in my body aching from how still I was making it stay. And then something struck the outer wall, very softly near where I was crouched. Not a bang, not a thrown object, just a light impact, wood against wood or something hard landing and rolling once against the siding before coming to rest. I didn't look at first. I couldn't. The seconds after it happened stretched so thin they almost snapped. I listened for another sound. Footsteps, a hand on the frame, the whisper of fabric outside the curtain. Nothing came. The object, whatever it was, remained where it had landed. Finally, with my pulse hammering hard enough to blur my hearing, I leaned down and lifted the curtain hem the smallest amount. Just outside the glass, on the wet deck board near the wall, lay a wooden cabin key fob. The burned number on it was clear, even in the weak spill of interior light. 8. 5.3, he had the wrong number. The key fob outside the glass changed the shape of the night more than the blood under Cabin 8's door had.
Up to that point, terror had still been moving in one direction, toward us, around us, pressing at our windows and circling the walls. The man at the kitchen glass had felt personal. The woman by the tree line had felt personal. The taps, the tested doorknob, the scrape at my parents' window, all of it had arranged itself around one central fact. Someone wanted us afraid inside our own cabin. Then I saw the number burned into the wooden tag outside the slider. 8. For a second, my mind refused to take it in properly. It was just a cabin tag, a wet rectangle of wood on the deck boards, the middle ring still attached, glistening in the backlight from the kitchen. Then the meaning hit all at once and with sickening clarity. Cabin 8. Not ours. They had either come to 7 by mistake, or they had come to 7 to check which cabin matched the key. I lowered the curtain hem slowly and looked up at my father. He saw something in my face and crossed the kitchen in 2 steps.
I didn't have to say anything. I just pointed down. He bent, lifted the fabric enough to see the tag, then went completely still. The room around us felt suspended. My mother, still clutching Hannah behind the couch, whispered, "What is it?" Neither of us answered her. I think some part of my father was trying to decide whether speaking the truth aloud would help us or just make the terror more precise. I knew, instantly and irrationally, that the man had wanted us to see it. He hadn't dropped it by accident. He had left it there in the spill of the backlight, like a message or a correction or a joke only he understood. A key. The wrong number, the right cabin next door.
my father moved away from the slider and toward the front of the cabin instead, keeping low, revolver still in hand. He pinched the living room blind open a fraction and looked through. I shifted after him, not beside him, but behind enough to catch some part of his line of sight if he moved.
Through the slats, across the strip of wet gravel and the black cut of yard beyond, I could make out cabin 8 in broken pieces. The porch edge, the pale blur of the door frame, the slick shine of the cooler lid still hanging open where no one had closed it. Then a flashlight beam jerked violently across the porch. It wasn't the clean, searching beam of law enforcement or management. It was frantic, whipping too fast, striking the porch railing, the gravel, the lower door frame, then bouncing upward in a quick white slash before vanishing completely. A second later, the door banged, once, then again, harder. The sound traveled strangely in the wet air, flattened by the rain and the trees, so that it seemed both close and muffled at the same time. Then came a scream, not loud enough to be cinematic, not long enough to be helpful. Just one muffled human sound cut short so fast, it almost convinced me afterward that maybe I had imagined the whole thing. Until I remembered what came next and knew I hadn't. My mother reacted before thought. She half rose from the couch and made for the front door with both hands out, some impossible maternal instinct to run toward whoever was hurt, overriding every survival instinct she had left. My father caught her by the arm and hauled her back so hard the heel of her shoe slipped on the carpet. "Don't," he said. She fought him once, just enough to show she meant it. "Someone's in there." "I know." "We can't just—" "Yes, we can." It was the ugliest thing I had ever heard him say to her. Not because it was cruel, but because it was true. Hannah started sobbing in earnest then, face pressed into my mother's side, the sound small and wet and terrified. Aunt Karen still held the kitchen knife like it meant anything, like a good grip and a sharp edge had not already become useless in the kind of night we were in. The house had contracted around us until there was nothing left but waiting and listening. And so we listened. That was the worst part of it, worse even than what my father saw later through the blind, the auditory shape of violence in another cabin, close enough to hear, too close to misunderstand, and too broken up by walls and weather to resolve into anything the mind could settle around. A crash that sounded like a table or lamp hitting the floor, pounding steps heavy, fast, then abruptly altered as if the movement changed rooms or footing. One choking cry, almost more air than voice. Then that dragging sound again, wet, heavy, intermittent. Every noise invited imagination to do the rest. A body falling against a side table. Someone trying to get their feet under them on a wet floor. A hand over a mouth. Blood on tile. A lamp cord wrapped around an ankle. The brain is monstrously efficient when supplied only fragments. It fills in what mercy would leave blank. I kept seeing things I had not seen. The knocked-over suitcase from the cracked open door earlier. The stain at the edge of the kitchen linoleum. The child's sock on the step. The too loud television. I imagined the occupants of Cabin 8 suddenly understanding too late why the porch had felt wrong, why the door hadn't latched, why the woods behind the cabins seemed to hold sound instead of releasing it. I imagined one of them trying to get to the door and meeting the wrong person on the threshold. The violence itself remained mostly hidden from us. That didn't make it smaller.
At some point, minutes later, though it felt much longer, my father risked another look through the blind. He leaned only enough to see, then froze in that position.
I watched his shoulders lock and felt a low sickness open in my stomach before he even spoke. He didn't at first. He just stared. Then I moved, because there is always a point where fear loses the argument to curiosity, even when curiosity is only another name for dread. I was still several feet behind him and lower than the window, but I saw enough around the edge of his body to understand the shape of what he was looking at. The man in the brown jacket was hauling something away from cabin 8. Not carrying, hauling. The thing he held was long and awkward and half wrapped in what might have been a blanket, or might have simply been clothing twisted wrong around a human body. He had it by the arms, or by whatever fabric bunched near the shoulders, I couldn't tell which. Only that the weight did not help itself, and the lower half dragged badly over the ground. Near the side path between the cabins, the woman in the red parka moved ahead of him. Not panicked, not rushed. She was pulling brush aside, opening a route into the trees the way someone opens a gate. Her movements were efficient and practiced, as if she had done some version of this before, or at least believed deeply in her role within it. I could not tell whether the shape being dragged was alive. That uncertainty has lived in me longer than any other single image from that night. My father yanked back from the window so violently, the blinds snapped against the sill. He turned toward us shaking, not dramatically, not enough that anyone who didn't know him well would call it shaking, but I had never seen his hands do that before. He looked at my mother, then at Hannah, and said only one thing: "Don't let Hannah see." That was the closest he came to admitting the scale of it. After that, we blacked out the cabin as much as we could. The living room lamp went off. The television went dark. The fire was left to die on its own behind the grate. Only the clock over the stove and the faintest wash of light from the range hood gave the room any shape at all. The windows turned into black mirrors. Every person in the cabin became mostly breathing and outline. We waited for law enforcement. No one came. Minutes dragged. The freezing drizzle continued. Every now and then, one of us thought we heard something outside. A voice, a footstep, gravel shifting, maybe a car door from far down the road. But none of it resolved. The immediate violence next door had burned itself out into a silence more terrible than the sounds had been. Not peaceful silence, completed silence. The kind that implies the work of a night is moving elsewhere now. Eventually, there may have been a car door slamming somewhere across the property, or perhaps I have forced that sound into memory because I needed some sign that the people outside had left in a vehicle, rather than simply dissolved back into the trees. I remember hearing something metallic and distant through the rain, and not knowing whether to call it a trunk lid, a door, the dumpster near the lodge, or just the nerves in my ears creating punctuation where none existed. My father refused to move from his place between the front room and the kitchen. My mother kept Hannah low and held so tightly that Hannah finally stopped crying from exhaustion more than calm. Aunt Karen sat against the lower cabinets with the knife across her lap and her eyes open so long they had gone red-rimmed and dry. I stayed near the slider because some part of me believed that if anything happened at the back of the cabin again, I needed to be the first one to see it, as if witnessing could still count as usefulness. At some point, the dark outside stopped feeling like night and started feeling like the backside of dawn.
Not lighter, exactly, just altered. The black at the windows shifted to charcoal.
The outlines of the lower deck rail began to separate from the yard.
The glass of the slider showed a faint skin of fog where the warmer interior air had met the cold and hung there. Just before full morning, when everyone else had sunk into that awful half-state between alertness and collapse, I dared to look at the kitchen door again. The wooden key fob marked 8 still lay where it had been dropped, but now, just above it on the lower fogged pane, someone had written a single number with a wet fingertip from outside. 7. Not a smear, not an accidental streak, a deliberate numeral, meaning they had understood the mistake before they moved on. 6.1. Sirens at last. Gray dawn came slowly, and when it finally arrived, it did not feel like rescue. It felt like exposure. The dark outside the cabin windows thinned by degrees until the glass stopped being a mirror and became a surface again.
Shapes returned in layers. The lower rail of the deck, the slick boards, the yard fading toward the trees, the bare suggestion of cabin 8 through wet branches. Nothing about morning softened what had happened. If anything, daylight made it worse by forcing edges onto things we had been hearing all night without fully seeing. No one said much while we waited. My father still stood watch between the front room and the kitchen, his face colorless and unshaven, revolver low but never far from his hand. My mother sat on the floor with Hannah against her side, blanket pulled over both of them, even though the cabin had gone warm and stale from the dead fireplace and too many frightened bodies breathing the same air. Aunt Karen looked like she had been aged 10 years overnight. Her hair had come loose, her mascara had smeared faintly under both eyes, and the kitchen knife she still held across her lap had lost even the illusion of usefulness. I felt hollowed out, every nerve still live, my body exhausted but unwilling to drop its guard. We heard the sirens before we believed them. At first it was just a faint mechanical rise and fall through the trees, so distant it might have been highway noise carried the wrong way by weather. Then it came again, stronger, joined by another, and then the unmistakable chop of tires over gravel as vehicles entered the property. Blue-red light began flashing in broken pieces against the pine trunks outside, not bright enough to flood the cabin, but enough to pulse through the seams of the curtains, like something electrical trying to get in. My mother made a sound I had never heard from her before, half sob, half collapse of tension. My father didn't move for another 5 seconds. He stood still and listened, making certain it was real, making certain the engines kept coming, making certain the lights did not stop and go dark the way a flashlight beam might. Only then did he lower the revolver fully and exhale through his nose. "Stay together," he said. When we stepped out of cabin 7, the morning felt colder than it should have. Mist hung low over the gravel loop. Wet leaves were plastered to the porch steps and the tire tracks beside the cabins. Pale steam came from our mouths in quick bursts. Across the property, blue-red emergency light stuttered against tree trunks, cabin siding, and the side of our Explorer. County deputies, one patrol SUV, then an ambulance behind it, all of it arriving too late to be rescue and right on time to become procedure. Cabin 8 was already drawing them in. The deputies moved quickly once they saw the blood at the threshold. Not dramatically, not running, but with that abrupt, stripped-down economy people in those jobs develop when they stop hoping for a misunderstanding. One deputy ordered us back from the area.
Another moved toward the woods behind cabin 8 with his hand near his sidearm.
The ambulance crew stayed where they were at first, waiting for the cabin to be cleared before committing themselves to the porch. My family emerged from our cabin, numb and stiff, all of us walking like our joints had rusted overnight. Hannah kept one fist twisted in the back of my mother's coat, and Karen had her arms folded so tightly across herself it looked painful. My father gave his name 3 times before a deputy finally caught it clearly and wrote it down. The scene split open almost immediately into separate tasks. 2 deputies went into cabin 8. One stayed with us. Another moved to the office. A 5th, or maybe the same one coming back around, began stringing a line of yellow tape between 2 porch posts and a tree. The wet morning made every motion look flatter, more procedural, less human than it really was. They separated us for statements before the first full 10 minutes had passed.
I was taken a little way down the gravel loop near the side of the lodge building, close enough to see cabin 8 through the trees, but not close enough to hear clearly what was being said on the porch. A deputy, with a lined face and a county jacket too thin for the weather, asked me to start at the beginning and not leave anything out, then looked immediately skeptical when the beginning turned out to be a man by an ice machine and a woman in a red parka watching the pool. That skepticism sat on him at first in ordinary ways. He asked me to repeat the descriptions, asked whether the man had threatened me verbally, asked whether the woman had ever actually approached Hannah, asked if I had maybe been primed by movies or stories to read too much into strangers behaving strangely. If he had said that last part aloud, I would have told him to go to hell. Instead, he only implied it, and I heard it anyway. So I gave him the facts as flatly as I could. The man by the pool room. The same man in the changing room with the wooden key fob. The question about whether we were staying through Sunday. The woman in the red parka standing too close to the restroom hall. The cigarette butt on our porch. The tapping on the glass. The key fob marked 8 left outside the slider. The dragging sound between the cabins. The glimpse of the brown jacket in the trees. I tried to say the words in the driest, plainest order possible, because I had already learned enough by then to know that fear makes you sound less believable, even when fear is the correct reaction. The deputy's expression shifted only a little as I spoke. Then one of the other deputies came out of cabin 8 and called something low to him that I couldn't make out. Whatever it was, it changed the energy immediately. The lined-faced deputy looked back toward the porch, then at me, and when he resumed asking questions, the skepticism had thinned. Not disappeared, but thinned. They had found enough inside to stop hoping for a domestic misunderstanding or a drunken accident. From where I stood, I saw only fragments of the body discovery. That was more than enough. The male victim was inside, somewhere between the kitchen and the hall, if I understood correctly from the movement of the deputies and the angle of the ambulance crew when they finally went in. I never saw him directly. What I did see was the amount of blood on the linoleum near the threshold once the door stood open wider under official hands, and the way one deputy stepped backward from the interior with the careful, exact tread of someone making sure not to contaminate anything worse than it already was. Later, I heard enough of the radio traffic and adult conversation around me to piece together that the man had suffered a catastrophic wound to the throat. Massive blood loss. Found inside.
The female victim was worse in a different way, because I saw part of her before they fully shielded the area. She had been found behind the cabin, partially concealed by brush and wet leaves at the edge of the tree line, not hidden well enough to suggest care, more like dropped in a hurry where the dark had done most of the hiding until dawn. I saw one leg first, bent wrong beneath the line of the coat, then hair matted dark against pale leaves, then one hand turned at an angle that no living hand should hold, fingers curled inward toward the palm, the wrist broken or twisted backward. They moved quickly to block the view after that, but not before the image fixed. There are smells that belong to procedural horror more than to any ghost story or slasher fantasy. I learned that then. Cold metal from the open ambulance doors, wet wool from deputies' jackets and the blankets pulled from emergency bags, the faint dusty smell of opened insulation and damp cabin walls where doors were standing wide in bad weather. And underneath all of it, unmistakable once it reached you, the copper-rich thickness of blood in cold air. Blood does not smell loud. That surprised me. It smelled close. While the deputies moved in and out of 8 and the questions continued, I kept finding my eyes pulled back toward the porch details that had bothered me before the night went fully bad. The small folding chair with cartoon fish on the back, the child's sock on the step, the stray sneaker still tipped against the porch leg, the bright-colored bread bag hanging from the hook. Objects that suggested a child so strongly my mind refused to leave them alone. I finally asked the deputy, "Was there a kid in there?" He looked up from his notepad. "What?" "The chair, the sock." I pointed toward the porch. "I thought maybe there was a kid." He checked another sheet clipped under his notes. "No child listed on the reservation." That answer should have helped. Instead, it left me with a different, stranger unease. Because now, those objects became untethered. Evidence of somebody absent in a way that was harder to place. Maybe the chair belonged to previous guests and had been left by the porch. Maybe the sock had nothing to do with the people staying there. Maybe vacation cabins simply accumulate the debris of family life until every porch starts looking inhabited by ghosts of former weekends. But if there was no child listed with the guests, why did the small things bother me so much? Why did I keep searching the brush line for some smaller form the deputies had missed? Why did I feel, irrationally and persistently, that an absence had entered the scene along with the bodies? The deputy must have read something in my face, because his tone changed when he asked the next question. "Show me where you saw the man standing outside your kitchen door." I took him behind cabin 7. The drizzle had softened to mist, but the ground was still wet enough to hold impressions. The deck boards looked harmless in daylight, and that in itself was sickening. The same boards that had carried our fear so clearly in the dark now looked like any damp rental cabin deck in the North Woods. I pointed to the spot near the slider where the curtain had shown the outline of the man's shoulder and head, where my father had peeked through the slit and seen the brown jacket and the wrong smile and the key fob. The deputy crouched near the edge of the deck and played his flashlight, not because it was dark, but because trained people sometimes trust light to separate textures better than tired eyes can. There were footprints in the mud beyond the deck, not perfect impressions, but enough. A narrower sole than my father's boot, a second, partial track leading off toward the side yard. Nearby, partly pressed into the wet ground, were the crushed remains of a cigarette
with the filter split and dark from moisture. Then the deputy pointed his flashlight at a narrow depression in the soil just off the deck's edge. At first, I didn't understand what I was seeing. It wasn't a print, exactly. More like a shallow, water-darkened oval, where repeated pressure had compressed the mud and allowed rainwater to pool more densely around the outer edges. He was standing here a while, the deputy said. Not moving through, not passing by, standing still, long enough for water to gather around the soles of his shoes while he watched our kitchen window. 6.2 The Blood Between the Cabins. Once the deputies stopped treating Cabin 8 like a possible disturbance and started treating it like a crime scene, the whole property changed shape in front of us. Not emotionally, structurally. Tape went up, voices lowered, doors stayed open too long.
People stopped walking casually and began stepping around things, over things, carefully past things. The cabins were no longer vacation rentals arranged along a gravel loop in the Northwoods. They had become points in a diagram. Entry, exit, sightline, transfer route. The space between 7 and 8, the same narrow strip of wet gravel and dark brush that had seemed merely inconvenient the day before, became the most important part of the property. That was where the evidence ran. I remember one deputy with a camera kneeling near the side yard between the cabins, taking pictures of the gravel at angles I would not have understood then. Another was marking disturbed spots with little numbered tabs that looked too neat for the mess they were naming. The rain had done damage, but not enough. Too much had happened too recently. There were drag marks in the gravel. Not straight, not clean, but undeniable once you knew how to look at them. Sections where the stone had been scraped into dull arcs, then interrupted, then scraped again, as if something heavy had been pulled, lifted slightly, dropped, adjusted, pulled farther. In the softer dirt near the edge of the brush, there were broken shrubs bent low toward the woods, and leaves ground into the mud by hurried movement. And blood. Not one dramatic pool, not a horror movie trail, but rain-thinned traces everywhere once the eye learned the color. Rust-brown fans where diluted blood had spread through puddled water. Narrow smears where it had mixed with mud and grit. Darker flecks caught in the seams between deck boards and the lip of the gravel border near Cabin 8's steps. It took almost nothing for each stain to disappear again into the damp morning. But once I saw the pattern, I could not unsee it. One of the worst realizations of my life came not from what I heard or what I glimpsed inside 8, but from where some of those marks ended up. There was a smear on the exterior siding of Cabin 7. Not high, not obvious. Just a shallow brush of red-brown residue along the lower section of the wall near the back deck, as though something wet had passed terrifyingly close to our cabin in the dark. Close enough to touch our siding. Close enough to leave part of itself there while we crouched inside, breathing through our teeth and trying not to make noise. I stood staring at that mark for too long. The dragged body, if body was what it had been by then, had passed within feet of the room where my mother held Hannah low behind the couch. Within feet of where my father stood with the revolver, trying to decide whether being still was cowardice or survival. Within feet of me, crouched at the lower edge of the curtain, watching a key fob marked 8 glisten on the deck. The house had not protected us. It had only hidden us from having to watch clearly.
My father came up beside me and saw the smear.
For a second, I thought he might say something practical, something to reduce it. Instead, his face tightened in a way I had never seen. Not open crying, he wasn't built for that in front of people, but something private and nearly worse. His mouth worked once before he got it under control. His eyes stayed fixed on the siding, then dropped to the wet gravel where the drag marks carried on toward the back of cabin 8. He turned away and walked a few steps toward the tree line, putting his back to everyone. That was as close as I ever saw him come to breaking in public. My mother handled guilt more visibly. At first, it was only in the repetitions. We should have gone. We should have gone. Quietly, at first, then with more pressure behind the words, as if enough repetition might make them retroactive. She said it while a deputy took her statement. She said it while standing by the front steps of 7 with Hannah under one arm. She said it once to my father, and the look he gave her in return was not anger, but something exhausted and almost pleading. Like he could not survive both the scene next door and the redistribution of blame inside our family at the same time. I wanted to tell the office, she said. We did. I wanted to make them listen. We tried. We should have left before dark. Yes, my father said. That was all. No comfort, no argument, just yes. Aunt Karen, on the other hand, turned her guilt outward into fury. She cornered the older man from the office near the taped-off edge of the lodge driveway, while a deputy was still speaking with him. I didn't hear every word, but I heard enough. Negligence, spare keys, guests complaining every season. Why were strangers allowed near the pool? Why had no one checked the cabins when we reported people moving around the property? The older man kept trying to say he didn't know what had happened, that local traffic through the back trails was common, that nothing like this had ever occurred on his property. Not exactly those words, but close enough that the shape of the lie stayed visible even from a distance. He looked pale, paler than before. Not shocked the way my family looked shocked. Something else. Like a man who had always counted on problems remaining small enough to avoid formal naming, and now found himself standing in the middle of one too large to dismiss. The deputies pulled more details out of cabin 8 as the morning wore on. The rear door showed pry marks near the lock plate, narrower and deeper than the scrape on our own doorframe had been. Inside, from what the investigators said within earshot, and what I saw in fragments through the movement of bodies and open sight lines, a kitchen chair had been overturned, hard enough to crack one of the lower spindles. On the refrigerator handle, there was a bloody handprint, partial but clear enough to read as a hand that had tried to grip and failed or slipped. A bath mat near the hall held part of a shoe print, darkened by diluted blood and tracked water. Not complete enough to identify, but human enough to make the whole room seem still occupied by motion. Outside, near the narrow path into the woods behind 8, an evidence marker went down beside a single pearl earring lying in the wet leaves. That detail bothered me more than it should have. Not because pearl earrings are particularly haunting, but because they belonged to a life that had been ordinary 10 minutes earlier. Somebody had packed for a weekend, had chosen a sweater, had put on earrings and a mirror before driving out to a cabin with an out-of-state plate and a cooler and coffee mugs for the porch. Violence always gets described in terms of force and injury and scene photos, but there's something worse in the small, beautiful object it strips loose
and leaves in the dirt. Then one of the deputies found the slipper. He lifted it from near the brush line behind cabin 8 with 2 fingers and held it away from his body as if it might tell him what category it belonged to. It was tiny, not infant tiny, but small enough for a young child, fleece-lined, one side printed with faded little fish or whales. I couldn't tell from that distance. It was wet through and muddied at the sole. For one irrational second I thought there was a child. There had to have been. There had to be one missing now. But when I asked again, the answer stayed the same. No child on the reservation.
A deputy suggested it might have belonged to a previous guest, left under a porch or kicked into the brush weeks ago. Another said the property backed to service trails and public land in places. The item could have nothing to do with this specific scene. Their explanations were logical enough to annoy me, because logic was doing what logic had done since we arrived, offering harmless possibilities that only made the uglier one feel more patient. I didn't buy it. Maybe I was wrong not to. Maybe the slipper really was unrelated trash, and my mind had become so contaminated by the rest of the evidence that every stray object demanded a victim to match it. But I remember the way it lay there, near the brush line, and the feeling that the scene was bigger than the official facts were willing to let it be. By then, I had become fixated on a thought I did not want and could not set down. These people had done this before. Not necessarily this exact thing in this exact place, but something close enough. The pattern felt too practiced. One distracts or watches. One enters. One assesses who is awake and who is vulnerable. They do not rush. They do not panic when interrupted. They correct course. They move a victim quickly off the cabin threshold and toward the woods. They know the service trails, or at least trust the tree cover enough to disappear into it. Nothing about the night had felt improvised once it truly began. The deputies searched the trails behind the property for hours. From where I stood near the taped line by cabin 7, I could see them moving through the brush in staggered formation, stepping over roots, pushing aside low branches, occasionally kneeling to examine disturbed leaves or mud before standing again and moving on. They found impressions, maybe. Broken stems, the remains of old deer paths and service cut-throughs, but nothing immediate enough to pull the killers back into reach that morning. If they had fled on foot through the woods and then reached a road, they were gone. If they had parked somewhere out of direct sight and used the trail system to move between the cabins and the vehicle, then they had planned better than anyone at Cedar Hollow had prepared for. That thought settled into me with a cold, adult kind of horror. We had not been attacked by madness. We had been studied by patience. At one point, I watched the owner, or manager, or whatever exact role the older man held there, answer questions from 2 deputies near the office porch. He had removed his work jacket and now looked smaller in his flannel. Older, too. His hands kept opening and closing near his hips. The deputies were not shouting. They didn't have to. The shape of the conversation was enough. Spare keys, guest registry, who had access to the office after hours, which back trails crossed lodge property, what complaints had been made in previous seasons, whether anyone had ever reported suspicious couples or unregistered visitors. He definitely knew more than he had told us. I could not prove that then. I still can't prove it now. But the knowledge sat on him like wet fabric. Not guilt for the killings themselves,
something more local, more bureaucratic, and in some ways more contemptible. The knowledge that the property had vulnerabilities he had normalized, that strangers cut through, that noises were dismissed, that missing keys and odd behavior and off-season emptiness had all been filed under inconvenience until inconvenience bled. The end of that morning's second wave of horror came not from Cabin 8, but from our own exterior again. A deputy examining the back of Cabin 7 called my father over.
His tone was calm, almost neutral, which made everyone nearby listen harder. My father went. I followed a few steps behind, not close enough to interfere, but close enough to see. The deputy pointed to a shallow scrape on the lower section of siding beside the back deck, just above where I had noticed the red-brown smear earlier. In the daylight, with his flashlight angled across it, the mark became more distinct. A narrow abrasion in the stained wood, as if something metal had clipped or dragged there while being moved past. Within the shallow groove clung a reddish residue gone darker as it dried. Then he pointed just above it. Catching on a rough nail head that jutted from the siding, one of those small imperfections nobody notices in a rental cabin until the cabin becomes evidence, was a single strand of hair. Long, pale blonde. Not my mother's, not Aunt Karen's, not Hannah's, and not belonging to anyone in Cabin 7, 6. 3. The spare key.
By late morning, the procedural part of horror had taken over so completely that it almost became its own kind of weather. Everything at Cedar Hollow now moved through officials, statements, clipboards, gloves, radios, and the low, repetitive language of people trying to hold chaos still long enough to describe it. My family had been pushed out of Cabin 7 and away from the tape line and into the lodge office first, then into a side room off the lobby that smelled like stale coffee, damp carpet, and powdered creamer. Someone had brought Hannah a bottle of water she did not drink. Someone else had offered my mother a blanket she did not seem to notice settling around her shoulders. The television in the lobby had been turned off. The vending machines still hummed. I sat in one of the hard-backed chairs by the wall and listened to the building absorb the morning. Radio chatter from somewhere near the front desk.
A deputy asking for another spelling of our last name. The office phone, ringing and ringing, and then being silenced. Boots on old laminate. The front door opening and closing with a tired hydraulic sigh. Through all of that, I kept waiting for some single clean fact to arrive and make the night simpler. Instead, what arrived was process, and process made everything worse. The investigators went through the office records carefully, not dramatically, not like a raid, just with the relentless seriousness of people who already knew incompetence had become part of the scene. The female clerk from the first day had returned at some point, and now sat in a folding chair near the copier with both hands in her lap, answering questions in a voice so small I couldn't hear the words, only the shape of apology in them. The older man from the office, owner, manager, maintenance, all three it seemed, was taken through the same details repeatedly by different people. Who had access to the keyboard? Who had access to the reservation binder? Whether spare keys were logged manually or electronically. Whether anyone from the staff had noticed a woman in a red parka or a man in a brown field jacket.
Whether there were complaints from prior guests involving strangers on porches, missing items, noises around the back trails, or people seen near occupied cabins. The more questions they asked, the more my father's silence turned dangerous. He sat in a chair opposite the office doorway, with his elbows on his knees and both hands clasped so tightly the knuckles stayed pale. He didn't pace, he didn't raise his voice. He had gone beyond that. The anger in him had compressed into something denser and colder, and every few minutes his eyes would drift toward the main desk where the manager stood being questioned, as if he were physically restraining himself from getting up and crossing the room. It came out in pieces.
A deputy came into the side room first and asked my father to repeat exactly what he had seen on the key log at the counter. Then another asked about the timing, what hour he thought the man at the kitchen glass had tapped the wooden tag, whether he was sure the number on the dropped fob outside the slider had been 8, whether he had ever seen anyone else near the office desk or keyboard the day before. Then, just after noon maybe, the manager himself was brought into the room with one deputy and not asked to sit. He stayed standing by the wall, hat in his hands. There was a spare key signed out for 7 last night, the deputy said to my father, like he was setting down a loaded thing and wanted everyone present to know he knew it was loaded. The signature's illegible, could be false, could be somebody scribbled and walked. My father looked at the manager. The manager swallowed. I assumed it was a guest locked out. You assumed, my father repeated. The man nodded once, too quickly. Happens sometimes. And you handed over a spare key without checking who they were. I wasn't the one on desk at that exact moment. But your system allowed it. The manager's mouth tightened. Yes. The word was small. It still detonated the room. My father stood so fast, his chair legs scraped backward across the floor. My mother flinched. Hannah looked up sharply from the blanket she had wrapped around her knees. You gave somebody a spare key to my cabin, my father said. It was after dark. We have guests lock themselves out all the time. You gave somebody access to my family. The deputy stepped in before the sentence could become anything less controlled. Sir. My father looked at him, then back at the manager. There are ways men look at each other when violence becomes conceivable, but still undecided. I saw that look then for the first time in my father's face, and never forgot it. Not because he was going to do anything, because for one naked second, he wanted to. The manager tried again, softer now, maybe hoping contrition would matter. If I'd known... You did know enough, Aunt Karen said from the corner. No one contradicted her. The procedural revelations settled on all of us in different ways, but in me, it arranged itself immediately into a structure. The man knew our cabin number before he ever spoke to me. Someone had accessed either the reservation sheet, the key system, or both. The killers had either gone to 7 first by mistake using the wrong key fob, or they had gone to 7 first because they were checking occupancy and routine before moving to 8. Either possibility meant planning, access, deliberate movement through the property with information no guest should have had. It also meant something else I did not want to think too clearly yet. The moment at the kitchen glass, with the man smiling and tapping that wooden tag, had not been random menace. It had been communication, maybe even amusement. The story widened a little after that,
Up until then, everything had felt like it happened only to us, and then to whoever had been innate. But once deputies began taking fuller statements from the other guests still on property, fragments surfaced from beyond our family's line of sight. No single statement solved anything. Together they made the place feel populated by failures of attention. An older couple from one of the farther cabins said they had heard knocking sometime after midnight, but thought it was from television noise or a door slamming in another unit. A man staying near the office said he'd seen some woman in a red coat near the tree line around dusk and assumed she belonged to another group. Someone else, one of the workers, maybe one of the guests I never learned for certain, claimed they had heard a helicopter overnight, circling low.
That detail moved through the room in half whispers for a while,
and then lost shape because no one could confirm it. And because once fear gets loose, memory starts dressing itself in familiar emergency sounds from other nights, other places, old news footage, old storms. It might have been real. It might have belonged to another night entirely. What mattered was simpler and uglier. Multiple people had noticed fragments. Nobody had assembled them in time. That, more than the couple themselves, became one of the coldest truths of Cedar Hollow to me. Danger had not moved unseen through some supernatural blind spot. It had moved in pieces, visible to many people, and ignored because each piece, alone, looked survivable. Later, when deputies moved my family from the side office into the main lodge room to free up space, Hannah finally said something she had not said before.
She had been sitting, wrapped in the office blanket, with both feet tucked up beneath her, staring at nothing for so long I had begun to think she had slipped into that exhausted, mute state people sometimes reach after enough fear. Then, one of the deputies asked whether she had seen the woman in the red parka anywhere besides the pool hall or the walkway. Hannah frowned first, as if dragging the memory up through mud. Then she said, "She was by our car." Every adult in the room looked at her. "When?" my mother asked. Hannah shrugged, already uncertain because of all the attention. "Yesterday morning, when we were packing some stuff to leave. She was crouched by the SUV like she dropped something." "Why didn't you say anything?" my father asked, not harshly, but with such sudden focus that she shrank under it anyway. "I thought she belonged there." Those words hit me hard, for reasons I couldn't yet fully articulate. Belonged there. At the time, the detail seemed almost too small to matter. A woman crouched near our SUV. A child sees it, assumes she is part of the ordinary world, says nothing. But the image settled somewhere deep immediately. The red parka, low by the rear of our vehicle, close enough to touch the tires, the underside, the handles, the doors, anything. Not just watching our cabin now, touching our space. Nobody had checked then. Nobody had walked around the vehicle before piling bags in and out. Nobody had asked Hannah what exactly the woman had been doing crouched there. The deputy wrote it down. My father closed his eyes for a second, opened them again, and looked sicker than he had at any point since morning. Not from surprise, I think, from the accumulation of near misses becoming a pattern too dense to bear. By early afternoon, they told us we could leave the property, once one last round of questions was finished, and once a deputy had walked us back to the vehicle. That phrase, "You can leave now," should have felt like relief. It didn't. The resort itself had become contaminated in my mind. The gravel, the deck boards, the office, the pool room, the damned ice machine under its yellow bulb. Leaving no longer felt like escape. It felt like exiting a place that had already inserted itself under the skin. We walked to the Explorer with a deputy beside us, the wet air raw in my lungs. The crime scene tape around cabin 8 stirred in the light wind. The office porch stood half empty now. The manager was nowhere visible. One ambulance remained. Another vehicle I didn't recognize idled near the loop road, probably investigators. Nothing about the place resembled vacation anymore. My father insisted on loading the last bag himself, then paused by the rear tire, as if remembering something too late. He crouched. At first I thought he was just checking the wheel well, or looking for whatever the woman in the red parka might have been doing there.
Then he reached under the lip beside the rear tire and pulled out something small and dark. A wooden cabin key fob. He stared at it without speaking. The deputy beside him leaned closer. "What is that?" My father turned it over in his hand. The burned number on it was clear even through the grime. 8. For a second, no one said anything. Then I saw what my father was really looking at. Not just the number, but the dried, brown-red residue packed into the groove of it. It had collected in the burned line of the 8, darkened there, stubborn in the recessed wood grain. Too little to be theatrical, too much to explain away. The killers had brought the wrong key to our cabin. Then they had left with the corrected one. What we said happened. In the weeks after Cedar Hollow, the story shrank. That happens to most bad things if they don't come with national headlines or courtroom footage or enough bodies to force themselves into permanence. They don't stay the size they were when you lived through them. They get translated, edited, reduced into something other people can hear without changing the shape of their own day. What we said happened became simple very quickly. There were suspicious people at a lodge in northern Wisconsin. A couple in the cabin next to us were murdered. We were lucky. That was the public version. It wasn't false, exactly. That was the problem. It contained the usable bones of the truth, but it flattened everything that mattered. It took a long, wet night of being circled and tested and listened to, and turned it into a sentence people could nod at in a grocery store. It made the killers sound opportunistic instead of patient. It made us sound merely fortunate instead of nearly selected. And for a while, I helped do that. At 17, I didn't have language for what had actually happened to us. Not in any way that would have sounded sane outside the family.
If I tried to tell friends at school about the man at the pool, or the woman in the red parka, or the wrong key fob tapped lightly against the glass, I could hear the story changing shape even as I spoke it. It started sounding like campfire material, like something inflated by adrenaline, like the kind of thing adults with better judgment were already quietly trimming down so it could pass through ordinary conversation without setting off alarms nobody intended to answer. So I learned the edited version too. Yeah, we were in the cabin next door. Yeah, it was insane. Yeah, there were these weird people around before it happened. No, they never caught them. You can tell a story like that in under a minute. You can tell it and watch the listener settle almost immediately into the comfortable geometry of true crime distance. Suspicious couple, wrong place, wrong time, lucky escape.
The details become texture, not structure. The horror becomes an anecdote.
But that wasn't the full truth.
And I knew it wasn't even then. We came home changed in ways that did not announce themselves all at once. None of us had a dramatic collapse. Nobody threw dishes or vanished into alcohol or started waking up screaming on the first night back. Real damage is usually duller than that at first. It enters behavior sideways. My mother stopped discussing Cedar Hollow almost immediately. Not publicly, not privately either. For the first week or so, she did the obligatory conversations, the phone calls to relatives, the 2 or 3 necessary retellings to people close enough to warrant more than the clipped version, the follow-up with the insurance company when the resort asked whether any of our things had been damaged in the evacuation. After that, she shut it down with a kind of determined softness that made interruption feel rude. If the subject came up, she redirected.
If somebody asked what it had been like, she said, "We were very lucky," and moved on. If one of us tried to bring up a detail in the kitchen or living room, she would suddenly remember laundry or bills or dinner or some errand that had to be done immediately. At the time, I thought she was suppressing it. Now I think maybe she was trying to keep the story from taking up residence in the house. My father changed more visibly. Locks came first. Within 2 weeks, he had replaced the deadbolt on our front door with a heavier one and added longer screws to the strike plate, just in case. Then came the motion lights. Then the driveway alarm that chimed whenever a car or person crossed the sensor range. Then the gun safe bolted into the closet floor, and the conversations, all practical and calm on the surface, about what to do if someone was ever outside at night. He checked window latches before bed without seeming to notice he was doing it. He kept a flashlight in the kitchen drawer, one in the nightstand, one in the truck, and one clipped by the garage door. If he heard a sound outside after dark, no matter how ordinary, I watched his body change before he even rose to look. Shoulders tightening, head angling slightly, attention sharpening as if some invisible internal switch had been wired permanently to vigilance. He was not a paranoid man. That was what made it so noticeable. Cedar Hollow had not made him theatrical. It had made him systematic. Hannah suffered in ways that took longer to name. At first, she just said she didn't like sleeping with her curtains open. Then it was that she didn't want to be in a room with a ground floor window unless the blinds were tilted shut. Then my mother noticed she had started taking longer routes through the house at night, so she didn't have to pass the sliding patio door at the back of our own kitchen when the lights inside made the glass reflective. For months, she woke up exhausted because she kept waking in the night to check whether the hallway light was still on. If a shadow moved outside a window after dark, tree branch, passing headlights, the sweep of a neighbor's motion lamp, she went still in a way no 13-year-old should. The panic around windows took longest to fade, and maybe it never fully did. Even years later, when she was in college, I saw her instinctively choose restaurant seats that did not leave her facing dark glass. Aunt Karen was the only one in the family willing to say what she thought out loud. "They were hunting people," she said one night in our kitchen a month after we got back, after my mother had once again tried to reduce the whole thing to a tragedy at the resort. My mother snapped at her immediately. "Don't! What else do you want to call it? We don't know that." Aunt Karen laughed, low and sharp. "Please, they watched.
They checked. They came to the wrong cabin.
Then they moved to the next one. My father said nothing. That silence from him was its own answer. I followed the local news obsessively for months. At 17, obsession looks respectable if you call it staying informed. I searched county news sites, local Wisconsin papers, regional crime roundups, message boards, cached versions of articles after they dropped behind paywalls. Anything with even a weak mention of Cedar Hollow, the county road, the victims' names, the resort, the sheriff's office. I checked from the family desktop in the den and later from my phone under the covers at night when I was supposed to be asleep. There wasn't much. That shocked me more than the coverage itself. An out-of-state couple had been killed at a lakeside lodge. Investigators were seeking leads, suspects unknown. The investigation remained active. That was the shape of it. No sketches released that I ever saw. No major press conference. No flood of speculation on cable news.
Just a short run of local reporting.
Then less and less, then almost nothing. When Cedar Hollow appeared again in print, it was usually in relation to the property itself. Temporary closure of one cabin cluster, maintenance improvements, a brief mention of ongoing cooperation with authorities. By the next season, the place had reopened. Not under a new name, not after some full public reckoning, just reopened, like anything else that loses enough blood to weather and paper and business needs. That was when my anger started to harden. Not at the killers, exactly, though of course them too, always them too, but at the speed with which horror gets absorbed by ordinary systems. Insurance, repairs, reservation calendars, local staffing shortages, keys returned to boards, carpets replaced, statements archived. A little article buried under weather and school board news. Next season's bookings taken with a discount code and a friendly email blast.
I wanted the world to show more evidence that it understood what had happened there. Instead, it behaved the way the world usually behaves. It adjusted just enough to continue. So I replayed the details in my own head until they became sharper than the official story ever was. The man at the ice machine asking if we were in 7. The pool room where he sat, not swimming, not reading, only watching. The woman in the hall by the restroom with that patient face and the red parka zipped too high. The key tapping lightly against the glass at the back of our cabin. Some memories lose edges over time. Those never did. Even as the years passed and the public version settled into the family-approved line, suspicious people, murder next door, lucky escape, I kept privately telling myself one thing in order to make the rest of it survivable. They came to us first by accident. That belief mattered more than I understood for a long time. If the killers had gone to cabin 7 only because they had the wrong key fob, then our survival had a shape I could live beside. Arbitrary, yes. Horrible, yes. But still governed by mistake. A misnumbered tag, a wrong approach, a correction. They tested us because they thought we were 8, then moved on when they realized they weren't at the intended cabin. That was grotesque enough. It was also merciful compared to the alternative. Years later, 10, maybe 11 after Cedar Hollow, I found something in my father's garage that loosened my grip on that mercy. He had become the sort of man who kept everything filed, boxed, and labeled, though not neatly enough to call it organization so much as defended accumulation. Manuals for appliances he no longer owned, warranty cards, old registration copies,
tax folders, insurance correspondence.
A cardboard banker's box near the back shelf held papers from Cedar Hollow. Victim services pamphlets, our original typed statements. One letter from the county prosecutor's office saying there was no major update in the case, but the investigation remained open. I should have put the box back when I recognized it. Instead, I sat on the concrete garage floor with dust on my jeans and went through it, page by page. Most of it I had seen before, in one form or another, but tucked between two duplicate witness forms was a deputy's note sheet not meant for us. Not a full report, just field notes, probably copied or misfiled by accident when the records had been turned over to my father. The handwriting was compressed and ugly, but one line stood out because the words were underlined once. Signs occupants of number 8 awake and resisting for several minutes before entry completed. I read it 3 times. Awake and resisting for several minutes. Not sleeping through the first contact. Not chosen because they were easier, quieter, simpler. Not taken completely by surprise in the way I had always pictured, to preserve our own role in the night. Which meant the killers did not necessarily choose the easier target first. It meant they might not have moved to 8 because 7 was wrong. They might have moved because 7 was awake. 7.2. The Missing Piece. After I found the deputy's note in my father's garage, I stopped telling myself the cleaner version of Cedar Hollow. Not all at once. I didn't have some single cinematic revelation where every memory reordered itself under a thunderclap and the whole truth stood up in the room. It was slower than that. Meaner. The kind of understanding that keeps returning when you are making coffee, driving home from work, standing at your own kitchen sink after dark. It comes back with one detail at a time and asks whether you're finally ready to stop being kind to yourself. The memory I kept circling first was the changing room. Not the blood, not the dragging, not the key fob left outside the slider. The changing room. It embarrassed me for years how much weight I gave that scene, because on paper it sounded so small. A damp public room, beige lockers, a man enters after me. He doesn't threaten me, doesn't block the door, doesn't touch me. He stands nearby, holding a wooden key fob, and asks if we're staying through Sunday. That was it. That was all. And yet I knew, even then, that it had felt like more than small talk. I just didn't understand why. As an adult, I do. He wasn't making conversation. He was confirming a timeline. That question, you folks staying through Sunday, was not the kind of thing one bored guest asks another unless he wants one of two things: social connection or useful information. There was no social warmth in him, no attempt to continue the exchange, no name, no smile with life in it, no filler question about where we'd driven from, how long the roads took, whether we liked the place. He asked one thing, and when I answered, vaguely, he reacted the way people react when they already know enough and merely wanted to test whether you'd say it too. He was checking whether Cabin 7 would be occupied another night, whether our routine extended into a second evening, whether there would be another window. The more I let that interpretation settle, the more the rest of the day at Cedar Hollow began to line up behind it, with a precision I had spent years trying not to see. The woman in the red parka by the restroom hall, the path back to our cabin, where she matched our pace
without ever seeming to follow directly. The moment Hannah remembered years later, or rather hours later, but only after police questions, when the same woman had been crouched beside our SUV, like she dropped something. The tree-lined surveillance behind cabin 7, where she had stood just outside the spill of the motion light, not helping at the door, only watching. When I was 17, I had thought of her as support, backup, accomplice in the broadest sense, the second body in the scene, the watcher while he did the closer work. That description now feels too small. She was not random support. She was collecting information. She positioned herself where she could study family composition, movement, habits, response time, who went to the restroom, who trailed behind, who watched the windows, which adult noticed her and which one explained her away, how many people were sleeping in 7, whether there was a child, whether the adults separated naturally, whether the vehicle was packed, whether a key or route or opportunity could be prepared before dark. Even the crouching by the SUV changed meaning once I stopped forcing it into the harmless shape of a woman dropping something in a parking lot. She might have been checking the plate, looking for a cabin tag, confirming that the right people were loading the right car, sliding something beneath the frame, removing something, leaving something. I still do not know what she did there. What unsettles me now is not the uncertainty. It is the fact that she had enough confidence to do anything there at all. And we still left the car unattended after that. I did what adults do when they can no longer stand not knowing whether a horror belongs only to them or to a pattern larger than themselves. I researched. The first time around, at 17, I had looked for headlines, suspects, updates, closure. The second time, years later, I looked for echoes. County news archives, old sheriff's blotters, local fishing and hunting forums where people talked more freely than in official coverage. Compact articles buried under defunct, ad-ridden local sites. Public comments preserved under newspaper reports that no longer sat on the live page. Broken threads on regional message boards where rumors survived long after articles were taken down or paywalled. I dug without much expectation of success, and in that way I found more than I expected to. Nothing conclusive. That's important. No article ever said a couple matching those exact descriptions had been identified moving from resort to resort killing people. No official statement linked Cedar Hollow to earlier attacks. No detective sat down with a reporter and admitted there had been a pattern of rural rental intrusions involving a man and a woman posing as guests. What I found instead was the kind of evidence modern life produces when something real happens repeatedly, but never cleanly enough to become one story. A short local report from several years earlier about a break-in at Lakeside Rentals in a neighboring county. No fatalities that time. Occupants returned from town to find a cabin entered, duffel bags rifled, one rear lock damaged, nothing of major value conclusively missing. A forum post preserved in archive form where a user described a weird couple at an off-season lodge who asked too many questions about what cabins were occupied and which ones were rented by families. A comment thread under an old regional crime story mentioning a man and woman who acted like guests at a campground store before a burglary in nearby cabins. A sheriff's notice advising rental property owners to better control physical key access and not leave occupancy records visible at front desks. None of it proved Cedar Hollow. All of it suggested a behavior.
And once I started seeing behavior instead of isolated incidents, the hardest question of all arrived.
If the killers wanted an empty cabin, why didn't they take one? If they wanted the sleeping cabin, why not choose 8 immediately? If they wanted the easiest target, why not the older couple farther down the loop, or any unit with fewer visible bodies, fewer variables, fewer chances of a witness staying awake? Instead, they probed 7. They circled us, checked us, watched us. They came to our windows, our porch, our deck. They tested our lock. They stood under Hannah's bedroom window, whispering. They stayed on the back deck long enough to smoke and drink while studying the inside of our cabin. They obtained access to our spare key. They asked how long we were staying. They tapped the wrong number key fob lightly against the glass, like the whole situation amused them. Why? The answer I had spent years dodging sat there, waiting, ugly and simple. Because 7 was not merely occupied. 7 was interesting. More people, more vulnerability, more chance to separate someone from the group. A teenage boy, old enough to pay attention, but not old enough to be fully believed. A 13-year-old girl. Adults with different instincts, one dismissive, one cautious, one reactive, one numb. A family whose routine could be observed in public spaces before dark. A cabin close enough to 8 that the killers could move between them easily once they understood which variables they preferred. I used to tell myself that 8 had been the true target because of the wrong key. Now I'm not sure that sentence means anything useful. What if 7 was never a mistake? What if 7 was being evaluated? That interpretation explains more than I wanted to. It explains the pacing of the fear, the way they did not rush the cabin, the way the man at the kitchen glass did not behave like someone frustrated by a wrong address, the way the woman held position by the trees instead of helping force entry, the way the pressure on our cabin intensified only after they had enough information to know we were awake, clustered, and difficult. The way they moved to 8, not because 8 was the intended victim all along, but because 7 had become too alert to take cleanly. I resisted that idea for years, because once you accept it, survival changes flavor. You are no longer lucky because danger mixed up a number. You are lucky because someone measuring human difficulty briefly found your family inconvenient. There is no comfort in that. What finally fixed the reinterpretation in place was not a new document or a new witness account. It was memory. Specifically, one physical detail I had always recalled but softened. The key tapping on the glass. For a long time, I remembered that gesture as practical. A man at the wrong cabin, checking a number, testing whether he'd made some error, confirming before he moved on. That interpretation had mercy in it. Even the cruelty of the tapping could be filed under threat display rather than certainty. But when I forced myself to return to the exact motion, not the story I later told about it, but the bodily memory of the scene, I understood something else. He did not tap that key the way confused people test information. He did not look irritated. He did not look uncertain. He lifted the wooden tag and touched it lightly to the glass, with the calmness of somebody already aware of what he was showing the people inside. Not confused, not frustrated, almost amused. 7.3. The number on the glass.
There is one part of that night I never told my family. Not my father, not my mother, not Hannah, not even Aunt Karen, and she was the only one who ever came close to naming the thing honestly. For years, I told myself I had kept it back because it wouldn't have changed anything. That was true in the narrowest sense. It wouldn't have brought the victims in cabin 8 back.
It wouldn't have made the deputies arrive faster.
It wouldn't have altered the shape of the dark outside our windows, or the key fob left on the deck, or the sound of something heavy dragged between the cabins. But the deeper truth is uglier. I didn't tell them because I understood what it meant before I had the courage to phrase it. That night, when all of us were crouched in the dark and the outline of the man stood behind the kitchen curtain, my father was not the first one to look. I was. Only for a second, maybe less, but enough. It happened before my father stepped up with the revolver and pinched the fabric open, before my mother started crying, before Aunt Karen whispered there were 2 of them. I was lower than everyone else, closer to the kitchen wall, and there was a tiny opening where the curtain didn't quite meet the frame. I remember seeing it and hating myself for noticing it at all. I remember telling myself not to move. I remember moving anyway.
I leaned just enough to see through. The man at the glass was closer than I have ever admitted, even to myself. Not simply near the slider, not standing at the edge of the deck. He was right there, close enough that his face had flattened slightly against reflection and darkness, close enough that I could see the roughness of his skin and the dead calm in the set of his mouth. His knit cap was damp at the edge. His jacket shoulder was wet. There was something darker on one sleeve that I refused to name then and do not need to overname now. And in his hand, he held the wooden key fob. For years, I told myself he was checking it, confirming the number, realizing the mistake. That version let me survive the memory. It was a lie. He was not checking it like someone uncertain. He already knew where he was. I know that because I saw what he was actually looking at. Not the number first. Us. Or rather, our reflection in the glass. The cabin was dim, but not dark enough to erase us completely. Firelight, the stove clock, the low glow from the living room. There was enough in the room for the slider to hold a faint ghost of all of us inside it. My mother crouched over Hannah. My father further back, gun low at his side then. Aunt Karen near the hearth. My own shape lower to the ground near the kitchen cabinets. All of us huddled in the soft ruin of our own attempt at invisibility. He looked at that reflection, then at the key in his hand, then back at the reflection, and then he smiled. Not with relief, not with annoyance, not with the faint frustration of somebody realizing he had brought the wrong key to the wrong cabin. He smiled the way people smile when a private conclusion confirms itself. That's the piece I buried. Because once that memory is allowed to stand as memory and not as a softened interpretation, everything else rearranges itself around it. The wet number 7 on the glass at dawn was not a correction. Not wrong cabin, my mistake. Not meant to be at 8, not 7. It was communication. That realization came to me years after Cedar Hollow, and when it arrived, it made the whole story feel colder than any supernatural explanation ever could have. Ghost stories at least flatter the victim by suggesting some unknowable force reached in from beyond reason. But this was not beyond reason. It was reason used patiently against ordinary people.
That 7 on the fogged glass meant we saw who you were. We knew where you were. We moved on. Not because we were safe, not because we were invisible, not because they had failed to identify the cabin. They moved on because by then, cabin 7 had become inconvenient. That word has more horror in it than I used to understand. Inconvenient. We were awake too long. We clustered instead of separating. My father had a gun. The lights stayed on and then went low, but not dead.
The family did not split into easy pieces.
The cabin did not present them with the clean, sleeping quiet they wanted. So they tested us, measured us, and shifted. And if that is true, and I believe now that it is, then survival no longer reads like rescue. It reads like a near selection. We were not spared in any moral or meaningful sense. We were only not worth the immediate trouble once our trouble level became visible. That understanding changed the afterlife of the story for me. People who hear about Cedar Hollow, even now, in the rare moments I tell any version of it, tend to settle into the easy conclusion once they learn there was a wrong key involved. They say some version of the same thing. Thank God they had the wrong cabin first, or you got lucky, or at least they moved on. I don't argue much anymore, because to explain why those sentences feel wrong would require me to explain something most people do not want to know about the world they move through.
Predatory people do not need supernatural powers to haunt you. They only need time, patience, and the fact that most families believe danger will look obvious before it gets close. That's the poison Cedar Hollow left behind in me. Not just fear of violence, not just fear of cabins, though God knows I have that too. It is the permanent erosion of the comforting gap between ordinary life and targeted danger. I still check reflections in sliding glass doors before bed, every time. Not because I expect to see him specifically. I don't live in that kind of fantasy. I don't think the same man has spent half my life circling me from property to property like some rural legend. Reality is almost always less dramatic and more cruel than that. I check because once you have seen a person use your own reflection to study your family through glass, you never fully recover the idea that windows are passive things. I still hate cabins with deck access. That has never changed. People invite me upstate, to lake houses, to winter rentals, to those expensive, rustic places with fire pits and broad wooden decks and floor-to-ceiling sliders overlooking trees, and I invent reasons not to go. Busy with work, kids have school, maybe next season. Nobody knows the real reason is that a deck, to me, is not a leisure feature. It is an approach vector. I still scan parking lots at resorts and roadside lodges for couples who never seem to stand together, but always leave together. That detail is the one my mind preserved with almost insulting clarity, not because it's cinematic, because it's behavioral. One goes ahead, one hangs back. They do not acknowledge each other where others can observe. Then, somehow, they are always moving in the same direction, toward the same information, toward the same occupied edge of a property. I have seen harmless couples behave similarly 100 times since then, and every time my nervous system lights up before my reason catches up and tells it to stand down. Sometimes reason wins, sometimes it doesn't. A few years ago, I was already married then, already a father,
Already old enough to know better than to travel exhausted for work, I stayed one night at a roadside business hotel outside Madison during a winter conference. Nothing about the place resembled Cedar Hollow except the parking lot beyond the room window and the fact that my room was on the ground floor because the hotel was overbooked and I got what was left. I remember checking the latch twice. I remember hating the broad window facing the parking lot. I remember standing there after midnight in socks and a wrinkled button-down, looking at the reflected room in the glass and feeling vaguely ashamed of myself for still being the sort of man who noticed where the window was before he noticed the bed.
Sometime after 1, I heard a small sound against the outer glass. Not a knock, a tap. Light, hard, deliberate. Exactly 1. The kind of sound a wooden key fob might make. I turned too late. All I caught was movement pulling away at the edge of the parking lot, either the wash of a red tail light turning out of the lot or the back of a red coat slipping past the line of cars. I stood there for a long time in the hotel room's stale, heated air, heart beating much too fast for a man staring at nothing provable. Maybe it was memory. Maybe it was some guest brushing the window by accident. Maybe it was only the old part of my brain misfiring when it found itself again in a ground floor room with dark glass and a parking lot. I can live with maybe. What I cannot live with anymore is the assumption that maybe always bends toward harmlessness. That is what Cedar Hollow cured me of. The final truth of that place is not that evil hid in the woods. It is not that danger came from some unknowable rural darkness city people are too soft to understand. It is much simpler. The killers did not go to the wrong cabin first. They tested both. And my family survived because we stayed awake long enough to be inconvenient. I still think about the victims in 8 more than I probably should, for people whose names I knew only from clipped local reporting and deputy voices carried through wet morning air. I think about the coffee mugs on their porch, the child-sized chair, the knocked-over suitcase, the pearl earring in the leaves. I think about those signs the deputy wrote down years ago, the note I found in my father's garage, that the occupants had been awake and resisting for several minutes before entry was completed. That line matters to me because it strips away the last sentimental lie. They were not chosen because they slept through everything while we heroically stayed vigilant. They were chosen because, after evaluating both cabins, the killers found them more possible. That is not justice. It is not fate. It is not narrative fairness. It is selection. And once you understand that about a real thing, you never fully go back to the person you were before. Some nights, years later now, when everyone else in my house is asleep, I stand at my own kitchen sink with the light over the stove off and the rest of the house gone quiet around me. The window above the sink looks out into my yard, which is fenced and ordinary and suburban in all the comforting ways the yard behind Cabin 7 was not. There are motion lights, there are neighbors, there are dogs that bark at raccoons and delivery trucks and each other. There is no black lake behind the trees, no service trail, no rental office with spare keys hanging in rows. And still, if the glass catches the room just wrong, and my reflection hangs over the dark outside in the right thin way, I can feel Cedar Hollow waiting beneath the ordinary surface of things. For 1 second, never more than that, I can imagine a fingertip touching the outer condensation of the glass, drawing a number from the other side.